It began with youth, not wisdom, not experience, not restraint, but youth shaped into certainty. The 12th SS Panzer Division, known as Hitlerjugend, did not emerge from veteran ranks hardened by years of war. It was built from teenagers, boys raised under a regime that had wrapped identity, loyalty, and purpose into a single ideology before they were old enough to question it. They had marched in uniforms long before they held rifles. They had memorized slogans before they understood consequence. By the time they were given weapons, many believed they were not just soldiers. They believed they were destiny-made flesh. This division was not created by accident. It was engineered. Germany, facing mounting losses and a shrinking pool of trained manpower, turned deliberately to its youth. The Hitler Youth had already been molded for obedience, endurance, and belief. What it lacked in battlefield experience, it compensated for with indoctrination so deep it felt like instinct. Older SS officers were placed over them to provide tactical leadership, but the heart of the formation remained dangerously young. They were trained hard, they were pushed harder, and they were taught that surrender was weakness, hesitation betrayal. By the time the division reached France in 1944, it carried a reputation already forming, not for strategic brilliance, but for ferocity. These young soldiers fought with an intensity that shocked even seasoned veterans. They attacked relentlessly. They held positions far longer than logic suggested. They absorbed losses without breaking. But that same intensity came with a cost. Discipline blurred into brutality, and obedience erased restraint. When the Allies landed in Normandy, the Hitlerjugend division was thrown directly into the fight. The hedgerows of Normandy were unforgiving terrain, tight, enclosed, and lethal. Visibility collapsed to a few yards. Every field became a potential ambush. Tanks struggled to maneuver. Infantry fought face-to-face at distances where emotion overwhelmed calculation. For a unit composed largely of teenagers, this was not a proving ground. It was a crucible. They fought hard, often skillfully, but also ruthlessly. Prisoners were executed. Civilians were terrorized. Villages became scenes of reprisal rather than protection. These were not isolated breakdowns. They reflected a culture where indoctrination had stripped away moral boundaries before the first shot was fired. The same belief system that drove them to fight without fear also removed the brakes that should have governed their actions. In battles around Caen and beyond, the division earned a reputation for stubborn defense and costly counterattacks. Tanks burned in fields where young crews refused to retreat. Infantry clung to shattered ground long after it held any tactical value. Losses mounted quickly. Replacements arrived just as young. The cycle continued. What makes the history of the Hitlerjugend division especially disturbing is not simply what it did, but how young many of its members were when they did it. 16, 17, barely adults. They fought, killed, and died before they had lived full lives, shaped by a system that taught them loyalty before empathy and sacrifice before thought. Some believed completely. Others followed because there was no alternative. History records their actions, but it also demands we examine the machinery that placed them there. As the war progressed, the division was battered, rebuilt, and thrown back into combat again and again. In the Ardennes, they fought in freezing forests against overwhelming opposition, still driven by ideology long after the strategic situation had collapsed. Fuel ran out, equipment failed, reality pressed in. But belief does not fade easily once it has been planted young. By the end of the war, what remained of the Hitlerjugend division surrendered not as a victorious force, but as a shattered one. Its ranks thinned, its leaders captured or dead, its purpose exposed as hollow. Survivors faced imprisonment, trials, and the long, difficult process of confronting what they had been part of. This is not a story of elite warriors. It is a warning. It shows how easily youth can be weaponized, how belief can replace judgment, how loyalty can be shaped into something dangerous when separated from morality. The history of the 12th SS Panzer Division forces us to confront uncomfortable questions, not only about war, but about education, propaganda, and responsibility. It reminds us that indoctrination does not excuse atrocity, and that understanding does not equal forgiveness. Tonight, we return to that history, not to glorify it, not to simplify it, but to examine it honestly. To trace how children were turned into soldiers, how ideology replaced conscience, and how the cost of that transformation was paid in lives, trauma, and lasting scars that reached far beyond the battlefield. Before we continue, I want to ask you something quiet and personal. Where in the world are you listening from right now, and what hour has settled around you? And one final, thoughtful invitation for tonight. If these long, honest journeys into difficult history help you reflect, slow your thoughts, or think more carefully about the forces that shape people and societies, consider subscribing and stay with these stories, not for comfort, but for understanding. Nuremberg, Germany, September 5th, 1943. The stadium trembles with the synchronized stomping of 200,000 boots. Beneath the cathedral of searchlights that Albert Speer has orchestrated into pillars of light, 16-year-old Hans Müller stands with his Hitler Youth unit, feeling the rhythm pulse through his chest like a second heartbeat. He has never seen the Führer in person before. When Adolf Hitler's voice finally crashes through the loudspeakers, declaring that Germany will mobilize every resource, every citizen, every ounce of will for total war, Hans feels something ignite inside him. This is the moment his entire childhood has prepared him for. What he cannot know, standing there in his pressed brown uniform with the knife at his belt, is that within 9 months, he will be commanding a machine gun in Normandy, and within 18 months, most of his friends standing beside him will be dead. The Nazi leadership has just made a calculated decision. They are going to take an entire generation of boys who have known nothing but swastikas and Sieg Heils, and they are going to turn them into what they believe will be the most fanatical fighting force in military history. The concept emerged from the highest levels of the SS command structure in the spring of 1943, when the war's momentum had already shifted. After Stalingrad, after Tunisia, after the strategic initiative had slipped from German hands, Heinrich Himmler and his inner circle began searching for ways to inject new fervor into forces increasingly composed of older men, foreign conscripts, and exhausted veterans rotating from the Eastern Front. The Hitler Youth, now numbering over 8 million members, represented something unprecedented in military history. An entire population cohort that had been systematically indoctrinated since age 10, trained in paramilitary skills, conditioned to worship authority, and taught that dying for the Führer was the highest possible achievement. On June 24, 1943, Adolf Hitler personally authorized the formation of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend. The directive was explicit. This would not be another Wehrmacht unit stuffed with whoever the conscription system could scrape together. This would be the ideological vanguard, proof that National Socialist education could produce soldiers superior to any army on earth. The average age would be 17 and a half. Every enlisted man would come from the Hitler Youth, and they would be led by hardened veterans from the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte, men who had survived the Eastern Front and knew exactly how to transform fanaticism into tactical violence. The boys began arriving at Beverloo training camp in Belgium in late October 1943, and the officers waiting for them experienced something close to cognitive dissonance. These were not the demoralized conscripts they had expected. These teenagers arrived eager, fit, and disturbingly confident. Many had been section leaders in the Hitler Youth, responsible for younger boys, accustomed to authority despite their youth. They could march 30 kilometers without complaint. They could field strip weapons they had been training with since age 14. When SS Brigadeführer Fritz Witt, the division's first commander, inspected the initial formations, he reported back to Berlin that the human material was exceptional, but noted with some unease that they treated war like a continuation of summer camp. They had no conception of what combat actually meant. They thought of the enemy as abstractions from propaganda films. The challenge would not be motivating them. The challenge would be keeping them alive long enough to learn that bullets did not discriminate based on ideological purity. Witt himself was a 36-year-old veteran who had earned the Knight's Cross in Russia. He understood that enthusiasm could get men killed as quickly as cowardice, but his orders were clear. Transform these boys into a panzer division capable of stopping the Allied invasion everyone knew was coming. The ideological component of training was unlike anything practiced in regular Wehrmacht formations. Every day included 4 hours of political instruction alongside the tactical curriculum. The boys were taught racial biology in the morning and then tank warfare in the afternoon, as if these were equivalent skill sets. SS political officers drilled them on the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy, the racial destiny of the German people, the necessity of Lebensraum in the East. They memorized passages from Mein Kampf the way other soldiers memorized artillery tables. During field exercises, officers would evaluate not just tactical performance, but ideological reliability, noting which boys showed insufficient enthusiasm, which ones asked uncomfortable questions, which ones demonstrated the proper fanatical spirit. There was a ceremony in February 1944 where the top-performing soldiers received their silver SS runes, the twin lightning bolts that marked them as members of the racial elite. The presentation was deliberately structured like a religious confirmation, complete with torchlight and oath-taking. These boys were not just being trained to fight, they were being consecrated as warrior priests of National Socialism. The psychological conditioning went deeper than propaganda. They were being given an identity that elevated them above ordinary soldiers, above ordinary Germans, above ordinary humanity. They were becoming Hitlerjugend. Christmas 1943 at Beverloo Camp revealed the strange duality of the enterprise. The boys sang traditional carols, received packages from home, wrote letters describing the snow and the camaraderie. But between the Christmas trees and the holiday rations, Witt delivered a speech about sacrifice, duty, and the necessity of hardening oneself for the trials ahead. He told them that sentiment was weakness, that compassion for the enemy was betrayal, that the battlefield would test whether their years of training had produced real soldiers or merely boys in uniforms. Some of the officers were disturbed by what they were creating. In private conversations recorded later, a few admitted to doubts about taking children and deliberately stripping away the moral guardrails that might prevent them from committing atrocities. But these doubts remained. Private. Publicly, the training continued with industrial efficiency. By January 1944, the division had reached a strength of 20,540 men. They had been allocated 178 tanks, including the new Panther models that represented the cutting edge of German armor technology. The Wehrmacht was starved for equipment, but the Hitlerjugend received priority access. This unit was meant to be a showcase, proof that Nazi education produced superior warriors. The gunnery ranges in early 1944 produced results that impressed even skeptical observers. A 17-year-old loader named Klaus Schmidt achieved perfect scores on timed drills, moving 75mm shells from rack to breech faster than veterans twice his age. His hands bled from the work, but he pushed through without complaint. Panzer commanders noted that these boys had faster reflexes than older crews, less accumulated caution, more willingness to take risks. The downside became apparent during simulated combat exercises. When ordered to withdraw from a position, some crews refused, arguing that retreat was cowardice. Officers had to physically restrain boys who wanted to advance through simulated artillery barrages because pulling back felt like failure. The training staff began to realize they had created soldiers who would be extraordinarily difficult to control once actual combat began. These teenagers had internalized the propaganda so completely that they confused recklessness with courage, aggression with skill. One major, a veteran of Kursk, privately told a fellow officer that the Hitlerjugend would either win spectacular victories or die in spectacular numbers. There would be nothing moderate about their performance. They did not know how to be moderate. Everything in their lives had taught them that extremity was virtue. The night exercises revealed another dimension of what was being created. During a February march through Belgian forests, the division covered 35 kilometers in full combat gear, exceeding the standard Wehrmacht requirement. But what caught observers' attention was not the physical performance but the psychological atmosphere. The boys sang as they marched, not the bawdy songs that regular soldiers used to maintain morale, but Hitler Youth anthems about blood and soil and the coming victory. When they bivouacked in the forest, exhausted and cold, they did not complain. They treated the suffering as validation, proof they were worthy of the SS runes on their collars. A medical officer conducting routine examinations noted in his diary that these soldiers were frighteningly motivated and that he had never encountered troops who seemed so indifferent to their own welfare. This was the intended outcome. The Nazi state had spent a decade teaching these boys that individual survival was less important than collective destiny, that death in service to the Führer was preferable to a long life of mediocrity. Now they were being given the tools to act on those beliefs. the tanks, the guns, the tactical training, these were just instruments. The real weapon was the willingness to die. In April 1944, SS Obergruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, commander of the 1st SS Panzer Corps, conducted a final inspection before the division was declared combat ready. Dietrich was one of Hitler's oldest comrades, a street brawler from the early days of the Nazi Party who had risen through personal loyalty rather than military genius. He was also a realist who understood that ideological fervor did not stop tank shells. As he reviewed the assembled formations at Beverloo, he was reportedly both impressed and disturbed. Impressed by the snap of their salutes, the precision of their drill, the obvious eagerness in their faces. Disturbed by something harder to articulate, a sense that these boys had been wound too tight, that the machinery of their minds had been calibrated for maximum violence with insufficient safety mechanisms. After the inspection, he told Fritz Witt that the division would be magnificent or catastrophic, nothing between. It was not meant as a compliment. Dietrich had seen enough war to know that magnificent usually turned into catastrophic once the bullets started flying. But the decision was already made. The invasion was coming. The 12th SS Panzer Division would be stationed in Normandy, held in reserve to counterattack wherever the Allies landed. These 20,000 teenagers would be Germany's fire brigade, the mobile force meant to drive the invaders back into the sea. The boys themselves, in their letters home and in their diaries, revealed a disturbing naivety about what awaited them. They wrote about finally getting the chance to prove themselves, about showing the decadent British and Americans what real soldiers could accomplish, about winning medals and earning glory for the fatherland. Some wrote about the tanks as if they were toys rather than weapons, excited about commanding Panthers and Tigers like boys excited about new bicycles. Very few seemed to grasp that modern warfare meant industrial slaughter, that their training, however excellent, had not prepared them for artillery barrages that turned earth into liquid, for air attacks by hundreds of planes, for the simple grinding attrition of combat against an enemy with unlimited resources. The officers knew. Witt knew. The veterans from the Eastern Front assigned as company commanders and platoon sergeants knew exactly what was coming, but they kept their knowledge to themselves. There was no point in demoralizing the troops before combat even began. Better to let them maintain their confidence, their enthusiasm, their belief that they were invincible. Reality would instruct them soon enough. By May 1944, the 12th SS Panzer Division was as ready as it would ever be. The division was stationed near Caen in Normandy, positioned to respond to landings anywhere along the coast. The final pre-combat photographs show boys who look like they are heading to a sporting event rather than war. They are smiling, confident, their uniforms immaculate, their equipment freshly issued and still gleaming. They do not look like killers. They look like the Hitler Youth members they had been 6 months earlier, playing at soldier while secretly still children. But appearance is deceived. These boys had been systematically conditioned to view violence as virtue, to regard the enemy as subhuman, to believe that their own lives mattered less than victory. They had been trained by veterans who had survived the Eastern Front, men who understood exactly how to kill efficiently and had passed that knowledge on with Prussian thoroughness. They had been indoctrinated so completely that many genuinely believed death in battle would be preferable to life in a world where Germany lost the war. The Nazi state had taken children and turned them into guided missiles of fanaticism. On June 6, 1944, the Allies landed on the beaches of Normandy. The 12th SS Panzer Division received orders to move forward and destroy them. The boys climbed into their tanks, checked their weapons, and rolled toward the sound of the guns. They were finally going to war. They had no idea that within 8 weeks, most of them would be casualties. They had no idea that their division would become synonymous with war crimes. They had no idea that they were not the heroes of this story. They were its victims and its villains simultaneously. Proof of what happens when a state treats children as ammunition. Beverloo Training Camp, Belgium, January 15, 1944. The classroom is freezing despite the wood stove in the corner, and the breath of 30 teenagers condenses in small clouds as they lean over their notebooks. At the front of the room, SS Untersturmführer Dietrich Brandt is drawing diagrams on a chalkboard, but these are not tactical formations or weapon specifications. Instead, he is illustrating what he calls the biological pyramid of racial hierarchy, with Aryans at the apex and what the Nazis categorize as Untermenschen at the base. The boys copy the diagram dutifully, as if this pseudo-scientific racism were equivalent to mathematics or physics. In 2 hours, these same boys will be on the firing range, learning to estimate target distance and calculate lead time for moving vehicles. The Nazi training system sees no contradiction between teaching racial biology and ballistics in the same day. Both are considered essential military skills. What makes the 12th SS Panzer Division different from ordinary Wehrmacht units is not superior equipment or tactical doctrine. It is this. Every single one of these boys has been marinating in Nazi ideology since before they could form critical thoughts. They are not being converted. They are having their existing beliefs weaponized. The training regimen designed for the Hitlerjugend division represented something unprecedented in military history, an attempt to fuse ideological fanaticism with modern tactical proficiency. Where Wehrmacht training focused primarily on military skills, with occasional political lectures, the SS approach embedded ideology into every aspect of instruction. Morning physical training began with political slogans shouted in unison. Tactical exercises were framed not as abstract problems, but as scenarios involving defending Germany against Jewish Bolshevik hordes or degenerate Western capitalists. Even technical instruction on tank maintenance included discussions of German engineering superiority as evidence of racial supremacy. The psychological architecture was deliberate. By interweaving military and ideological training, the SS training cadre ensured that firing a machine gun or driving a tank became acts of political commitment rather than mere military functions. These boys were not learning to be soldiers. They were learning to be warrior ideologues, fighting not for territory or strategic objectives, but for an apocalyptic vision where Germany would either dominate Europe or be destroyed. The training reinforced this binary repeatedly: victory or annihilation, triumph or death, no middle ground, no compromise, no survival without total commitment. The physical standards imposed on the division exceeded normal Wehrmacht requirements and revealed the SS obsession with cultivating an elite image. Every recruit had to complete a 35-kilometer forced march with full combat equipment, a distance that left even fit teenagers exhausted and blistered. But complaints were treated not as legitimate responses to extreme demands, but as evidence of insufficient willpower. Boys who struggled were subjected to motivational training, essentially punishment details designed to shame them in front of their peers. One 17-year-old, Werner Kortenhaus, later recalled being forced to run laps around the parade ground, carrying a rifle above his head for 2 hours after expressing doubt about whether the march distance was necessary. The message was clear: your body's limitations are irrelevant. What matters is mental toughness and ideological commitment. This approach produced soldiers with extraordinary physical endurance, but also created an environment where admitting weakness of any kind, physical, mental, or moral, became unthinkable. The boys learned to ignore pain, to suppress fear, to view exhaustion as something to overcome through willpower rather than a physiological reality to respect. This would make them formidable in short-term combat. It would also make them psychologically brittle when subjected to the sustained trauma of modern warfare. The ideological instruction went far beyond simple propaganda. SS political officers employed sophisticated psychological techniques drawn from both military tradition and Nazi Party indoctrination methods perfected over a decade. Classes on military history emphasized examples of numerically inferior forces achieving victory through superior will: the Spartans at Thermopylae, Frederick the Great's Prussia, the early Waffen-SS on the Eastern Front. These historical lessons were explicitly framed as proof that ideological commitment could overcome material disadvantage. Officers repeatedly emphasized that Allied soldiers were mercenaries fighting for pay, while German soldiers fought for existential stakes. This framing was designed to create a sense of moral superiority that would sustain troops even when facing overwhelming enemy firepower. The boys were taught that American soldiers were soft, products of a decadent consumer culture that had never demanded sacrifice. British soldiers were portrayed as the exhausted remnants of a dying empire, motivated only by outdated imperial nostalgia. Soviet soldiers, when discussed, were described as subhuman masses whose only advantage was numerical superiority. The subtext of every lesson was identical. You are members of a master race fighting inferior peoples. Your defeat would be not just a military loss, but a biological catastrophe. Therefore, any action necessary to secure victory is morally justified. In March 1944, an incident occurred that revealed both the effectiveness and the danger of this indoctrination. During a tactical exercise simulating defensive operations, a platoon commander ordered a squad to withdraw from a position after achieving their objective. 3 boys in the squad refused, arguing that withdrawal was tantamount to retreat and therefore cowardice. The platoon commander, a veteran sergeant who had fought at Kursk, tried to explain that tactical withdrawal was standard procedure. The boys would not listen. They had to be physically removed from the position, and even then they were furious, convinced they were being ordered to violate their duty. The incident was reported up the chain of command and prompted a meeting of senior officers to discuss whether the training had gone too far. SS Brigadeführer Fritz Witt, the division commander, ultimately decided that the boys' aggressive spirit was an asset that could be channeled properly through experienced leadership. He issued guidance emphasizing that officers needed to frame tactical maneuvers in ways that would not trigger the boys' ideological conditioning. Never say retreat, say reposition for counterattack. Never say withdraw, say consolidate for renewed offensive. The solution, in other words, was not to reduce the fanaticism, but to develop a vocabulary that would allow officers to control fanatically motivated soldiers. This would prove impossible once combat began, and careful word choice became irrelevant amid chaos. The training exercises in early 1944 demonstrated a disturbing pattern that would characterize the division's combat performance. When given clear offensive objectives, the boys performed with extraordinary aggression and tactical creativity. A February exercise simulating a counterattack against an enemy breakthrough saw teenage panzer crews maneuvering with sophistication that impressed observing Wehrmacht officers. But defensive exercises revealed problems. When ordered to hold a position and allow enemy forces to advance into ambush range, many crews opened fire too early, unable to tolerate the psychological stress of waiting while enemy tanks approached. Their training had taught them that aggression was virtue, and passivity, even tactically necessary passivity, felt wrong. Officers tried to correct this through repeated drills, but the problem persisted. One company commander noted in his after-action report that the boys possessed the courage of lions but the patience of children. They wanted to charge, to attack, to close with the enemy immediately. Anything that required waiting, enduring, accepting temporary disadvantage for strategic gain violated their sense of how soldiers should behave. This would become catastrophic in Normandy, where defense often required allowing Allied forces to approach into killing zones rather than engaging at maximum range. The boys' aggression, their greatest asset in theory, would repeatedly undermine tactical plans that required restraint. The night of April 30th, 1944, provided perhaps the clearest preview of what was being created. During a nighttime march exercise through Belgian forests, the division covered 35 kilometers in 7 hours, an impressive pace under any circumstances. Extraordinary, given that the boys carried full combat loads and the route included difficult terrain. But the medical staff treating the arrivals at the endpoint noted something disturbing in their reports. Approximately a quarter of the boys had stress fractures in their feet or significant soft tissue injuries. None had reported the injuries during the march. They had simply pushed through, believing that admitting pain would mark them as weak. The medical officer who compiled these reports noted with alarm that several boys had been marching on broken bones for kilometers. When he tried to discuss sustainable training intensity with senior officers, he was told that building mental toughness was more important than preventing injuries. The logic was that dead soldiers could be replaced, but soldiers who lacked fanatical commitment were useless regardless of their physical condition. This philosophy, that the human body was a tool to be used until broken, that pain was irrelevant, that individual welfare mattered infinitely less than collective performance, saturated every aspect of the training. The boys internalized it completely. By the time training concluded, they had been conditioned to view their own survival as less important than completing their mission, whatever that mission might be. The psychological, profile documentation kept by SS medical personnel provides a chilling window into what the training produced. Officers administered questionnaires designed to measure ideological reliability and fanaticism metrics. Boys rated statements on scales. I would rather die than see Germany defeated. Killing enemies of the Reich is a moral duty. Individual life matters less than racial survival. The responses showed near universal agreement with even the most extreme statements. What disturbed some of the medical personnel reviewing these questionnaires was not that the boys agreed with Nazi ideology, that was expected and desired, but the totality of their commitment. There were no doubters, no fence-sitters, no boys who scored moderate on the fanaticism metrics. The entire cohort registered at the extreme end of every scale. Psychologically, they had been transformed into true believers in the most dangerous sense. They had no internal doubt, no moral reservations, no psychological breaks that might prevent them from committing atrocities if ordered to do so, or if the tactical situation seemed to demand it. One SS psychologist noted in a confidential report that the division represented the purest expression of National Socialist military ideology, and that it would be fascinating to observe their performance under combat stress. The clinical detachment of that assessment is chilling. These were children being discussed as experimental subjects in an ideological laboratory. By May 1944, the transformation was complete. The boys who had arrived at Beverly 6 months earlier had been processed through a system designed to strip away moral autonomy and replace it with fanatical obedience. They had been physically conditioned to ignore pain and exhaustion. They had been tactically trained to a high standard by veterans who knew modern warfare intimately. They had been ideologically indoctrinated to believe that their lives mattered only as instruments of racial destiny, and they had been psychologically conditioned to view violence not as a necessary evil, but as a noble calling. The final ceremony before deployment captured the grotesque achievement. Fritz Witt stood before the assembled division and presented the top-performing soldiers with their SS runes, the twin lightning bolts that marked them as members of the elite. The presentation was structured like a religious rite. Torches, martial music, solemn oath-taking. The boys swore to obey Hitler unto death, to defend the Reich against all enemies, to uphold the honor of the SS. They meant every word. That was the terrifying part. These were not cynical soldiers going through the motions of military ritual. These were believers, armed and trained, and aimed at the Allied armies soon to land on French soil. The Nazi state had succeeded in creating exactly what it intended. 20,000 boys who would fight with suicidal intensity for a cause that was itself morally suicidal. The only question remaining was what would happen when belief collided with the industrial reality of modern warfare. The answer would come soon enough. Authie, France, June 7th, 1944, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lieutenant Gordon Brown of the Canadian North Nova Scotia Highlanders is advancing through Norman farmland when his company walks into hell. The hedgerows erupt with machine gun fire from positions that did not exist 5 minutes ago. The 19-year-old from New Brunswick watches his sergeant's head explode like a melon, watches 3 more men go down in the first seconds, watches the carefully planned advance disintegrate into chaos as his company scrambles for cover in roadside ditches. Through the smoke and noise, Brown glimpses the attackers and experiences a moment of cognitive dissonance that will haunt him for the rest of his life. They are wearing SS uniforms with Death's Head insignia, carrying modern assault rifles, fighting with textbook precision. But their faces are those of children. Some of them look younger than Brown himself. The intelligence briefings had warned that German units in the area might resist with unexpected intensity, but nobody had said anything about fighting an army of teenagers. Within 30 minutes, Brown's company has lost a third of its effective strength. Within 3 hours, the entire North Nova Scotia Highlanders Regiment is in retreat, unable to advance in the face of what feels like suicidal aggression from defenders who should, according to every military calculation, be falling back toward Caen. This is the 12th SS Panzer Division's introduction to combat. It will exceed even the Nazi leadership's wildest expectations. The division had spent the hours after D-Day in a state of controlled chaos, trying to move forward through roads cratered by Allied bombing and under constant harassment by fighter bombers that seemed to own the sky. The march to the front took 2 days when it should have taken 12 hours. Boys who had trained for months on how to fight a mobile tank war found themselves instead trying to camouflage Panthers under tree branches and moving only at night to avoid air attack. But despite the delays and the losses, the division lost 15 tanks and 300 men to air attack before even reaching the combat zone. Morale remained extraordinarily high. The boys were excited, almost giddy with anticipation. This was what they had trained for. This was their moment to prove that Nazi ideology produced superior soldiers. The officers were less optimistic. They had seen what Allied air power could do. They understood that moving in daylight meant death from above. But they kept their concerns private and focused on getting their commands into position. By the evening of June 6th, elements of the 25th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment had reached positions around Caen. By the morning of June 7th, the division was ready to counterattack. The initial clash at Authie became a template for the division's entire Normandy campaign. The Canadians, advancing inland from Juno Beach with the confidence of soldiers who had successfully stormed defended coastline, expected to encounter disorganized resistance. Instead, they ran into a carefully prepared ambush by soldiers who had been trained to fight exactly this kind of engagement. The Hitlerjugend troops waited until the Canadians were at close range, then opened fire with machine guns, rifles, and Panzerfausts simultaneously. The effect was devastating. Within minutes, the Canadian advance collapsed into confusion. The Germans then launched an immediate counterattack, not waiting for the Canadians to reorganize but pressing forward aggressively. This was not standard defensive doctrine. This was offense disguised as defense, using every pause in combat to seize initiative rather than consolidate. The Canadian survivors later described fighting with an intensity they had never encountered before, even from veteran German units. These SS boys did not take cover when fired upon. They returned fire and advanced. They did not withdraw when flanked. They fought from encirclement. They seemed less interested in surviving than in killing as many enemies as possible before being killed themselves. The tank engagement at Normandy the following morning revealed the tactical sophistication lurking beneath the fanaticism. When British Shermans from the Canadian 2nd Armored Brigade pushed toward the village on June 8th, they encountered Panthers from the 12th SS Panzer Regiment positioned in hull-down defensive positions that maximized the German tanks' superior armor and guns while minimizing their vulnerability. The engagement lasted 90 minutes and resulted in the destruction of 28 Canadian Shermans against the loss of 3 German tanks. The mathematics were brutal. The Panther's 75mm high-velocity guns could penetrate Sherman armor at ranges where the American-built tanks could not effectively return fire. But superior equipment alone did not explain the lopsided outcome. The German crews fought with coordination and discipline that exceeded what should have been possible from soldiers in their first combat. They waited for optimal firing solutions rather than shooting at maximum range. They displaced to alternate positions after firing to avoid return fire. They communicated effectively despite the chaos. These were not boys panicking in their first battle. These were well-trained crews executing doctrine they had practiced for months. The Canadian after-action report struggled to reconcile what they were experiencing with what they had expected. These were supposed to be Hitler Youth, fanatics with more enthusiasm than skill. Instead, they were encountering an enemy that combined ideological fanaticism with professional competence, the most dangerous possible combination. By June 9th, the pattern was clear enough that Canadian intelligence officers were sending alarm reports up the chain of command. The 12th SS Panzer Division was not behaving like a normal military unit. Normal units, when confronted with overwhelming enemy strength, conducted fighting withdrawals to preserve combat power. The Hitlerjugend held ground even when tactically untenable, counterattacked even when outnumbered, and seemed to operate with a different calculus about acceptable casualties. One intelligence assessment noted that the division appeared to value maintaining aggressive posture over preserving force strength, military jargon for what infantry platoons were expressing more bluntly. These German kids did not seem to care whether they lived or died. The assessment was not quite accurate. The boys cared about surviving. Their letters home and their behavior under fire showed normal human fear responses, but they had been conditioned to subordinate survival instinct to mission accomplishment in ways that produced tactically effective but strategically costly decisions. A normal commander, faced with Allied air superiority and material advantage, would husband his forces and trade space for time. Kurt Meyer, who took division command after Fritz Witt's death on June 14th, instead committed his units to aggressive counterattacks that bled Allied formations, but also consumed his own strength at an unsustainable rate. The human cost of the first week became clear in the casualty collection points behind German lines. Teenage boys with traumatic amputations, sucking chest wounds, burns from knocked-out tanks. The division had lost approximately 800 killed and wounded in the first 72 hours, a 4% casualty rate that would have been considered severe for a week-long offensive, let alone a defensive engagement. But what struck medical personnel was not the number of casualties, but their attitude. Boys waiting for evacuation were not demoralized. Many were angry about being pulled from the line, demanding to return to their units despite injuries that made combat impossible. One 17-year-old with a shattered femur tried to leave his stretcher to rejoin his company and had to be physically restrained by orderlies. The division's medical officer noted in his reports that the troops showed abnormal resistance to combat stress and seemed to interpret injuries not as strokes of bad luck but as personal failures. This was the training manifesting in action. The boys had been taught that casualties were acceptable, even honorable, while withdrawal or hesitation was shameful. The psychological framework meant they could endure extraordinary trauma without breaking morale in traditional ways. But it also meant they would burn through their strength, surtout faster than a unit that valued force preservation. The dark underside of the division's combat debut emerged within hours of the first engagements. At multiple locations around Authier and Buron on June 7th and 8th, Canadian prisoners were executed after capture. Witnesses later testified that SS soldiers lined up disarmed Canadians and shot them, sometimes individually, sometimes in groups. The initial count suggested at least 20 prisoners murdered in violation of every law of war. The pattern continued over subsequent days and weeks, with documented executions at Moulins, Château d'Audrieux, and elsewhere. The motivations were complex and disturbing. Some executions seemed to have been opportunistic violence by boys hyped up on combat adrenaline and ideological hatred, killing prisoners because they could and because nobody stopped them. Other killings were more calculated, officers ordering executions of wounded prisoners who would slow down movement or require resources to guard. Still other murders stemmed from revenge for perceived Allied atrocities. SS soldiers claimed Canadians had killed prisoners first, though evidence for this was thin and contradictory. What tied the incidents together was that the division's ideological training had stripped away moral guardrails. The boys had been taught that enemy soldiers were subhuman, that compassion was weakness, that the rules of war were bourgeois sentimentality. When combat stress, fear, and opportunity combined with that indoctrination, the result was predictable. Murder became just another tactical option. The week's combat crystallized something that would characterize the entire Normandy campaign. The 12th SS Panzer Division was tactically formidable but strategically brittle. In individual engagements, the division's combination of modern equipment, sound tactics, and fanatical motivation produced results all out of proportion to its size. But the operational picture was grim. The division could not advance. Allied air superiority and material preponderance made offensive operations suicidal. It could not retreat. Both Hitler's standing orders and the division's own psychology made withdrawal unthinkable except under direct orders. So, it held ground and counterattacked locally, winning tactical victories while slowly being consumed by attrition. This was exactly what Allied strategy depended on. The Anglo-Canadian armies did not need to destroy German forces quickly. They merely needed to pin them in place while building up overwhelming strength. Every day the 12th SS held its positions around Caen was another day for Allied logistics to land more divisions, more tanks, more artillery. The division was winning battles while losing the campaign. The boys celebrating their successful defense of French villages did not understand that strategic reality. They thought they were proving German superiority. They were actually proving that fanaticism without strategic mobility was a dead end. The Allies were learning how to fight this new enemy. The lessons would be applied with industrial brutality in the weeks ahead. The Canadian units that survived the first encounters with the Hitlerjugend emerged with grudging respect, mixed with horror. These were not the demoralized German conscripts they had been told to expect. These were highly motivated, well-trained soldiers who fought with creativity and aggression. But they were also war criminals who murdered prisoners and seemed to lack basic human empathy. The duality created psychological problems for Allied soldiers. It was easier to kill an enemy you could dehumanize as evil or incompetent. The Hitlerjugend were neither. They were formidable soldiers who happened to be children, and they were committing atrocities, and somehow you had to shoot at them without letting the moral complexity slow your trigger finger. Canadian soldiers started calling them the Murder Division, a nickname that would stick in official and unofficial accounts. The name captured both aspects. These were murderers, yes, but they were also being murdered, ground up by a campaign they could not win. By June 14th, when Allied forces finally captured some defensive positions the Hitlerjugend had been holding, they found evidence of the human cost. Foxholes containing boys who looked 14 or 15, dead from artillery fragmentation. Tank hulks with burned crews inside, the youngest identifiable as 16 based on documents. The cognitive dissonance, feeling satisfaction at defeating a dangerous enemy while simultaneously feeling horror at killing children, would haunt Allied veterans for decades. The 12th SS Panzer Division had announced itself to the world. It would spend the next 2 months ensuring nobody could ever forget. Caen, France, July 8th, 1944, 3 o'clock in the morning. The city has ceased to exist as anything recognizable. What had been Norman architecture dating back to William the Conqueror is now rubble, transformed by 3 days of continuous bombing into a moonscape of craters and shattered stone. Beneath this devastation, in a cellar that somehow survived the bombardment, 18-year-old Panzergrenadier Otto Funk huddles with 7 other survivors from his company. They are covered in limestone dust that makes them look like ghosts. They have not eaten in 36 hours. The constant vibration of artillery has caused 3 of them to develop nosebleeds that won't stop. One boy is quietly weeping, though he tries to hide it by facing the wall. Another is praying in a whisper, rosary beads moving through his fingers despite years of Nazi education that taught him religion was superstition. Outside, they can hear the scrape and rumble of Allied tanks moving through streets that no longer have names because the buildings that define them have been pulverized into powder. Funk has been in combat for a month now, which makes him a veteran by the rapidly evolving standards of the 12th SS Panzer Division. He knows the sounds mean Canadian infantry are clearing buildings, getting closer. He knows his squad cannot hold this position. He also knows that retreat without orders means court-martial and execution by SS field police. So, they wait in the dark, bleeding and hungry and terrified, waiting for the order to withdraw that may never come, or the explosion that will end the waiting permanently. The 6 weeks between mid-June and the end of July 1944 transformed the Normandy battlefield into an industrialized slaughterhouse. The Allied strategy was simple and brutal. Concentrate overwhelming firepowers on German positions, accept heavy casualties to take ground incrementally, and rely on material superiority to eventually break enemy resistance through pure attrition. For the 12th SS Panzer Division, this meant enduring the most intensive artillery bombardment experienced by any German unit on the Western Front. Naval guns from battleships offshore could throw shells weighing over a ton into German positions from 20 kilometers away. Heavy bombers, hundreds at a time, dropped 1,000-pound bombs that created craters large enough to hide buildings. Medium artillery fired day and night in coordinated barrages called stonks that turned defensive sectors into killing zones where nothing organic could survive. One German officer calculated that over 250,000 shells fell on the division's 15-kilometer sector during the Caen battles. Whether that number was precisely accurate mattered less than what it represented. Firepower on a scale that made individual courage or tactical skill almost irrelevant. You could be the best soldier in the world, perfectly trained and utterly committed, and still die because a shell fired from over the horizon by a gunner who never saw you happened to land on your position. The physical toll manifested in ways both obvious and insidious. The obvious: daily casualty counts that consume 10 to 20% of a unit's strength per week in sectors under concentrated attack. Panzer companies that began June with 17 tanks reduced to 5 operational vehicles by mid-July. Infantry companies that started with 150 men degraded to 40 effectives through casualties, illness, and combat exhaustion. But the insidious effects cut deeper. Soldiers under constant artillery bombardment developed symptoms that Wehrmacht doctors called war neurosis, and that modern medicine recognizes as traumatic brain injury combined with psychological trauma. Men who had never been directly hit by shells still suffered from concussive effects: headaches, disorientation, difficulty making decisions, emotional liability. The constant noise, Even when you were not being shelled, you could hear bombardment of nearby positions, made sleep impossible except in brief unconscious collapses from exhaustion. Boys who had been bursting with confidence in June became hollow-eyed and trembling by July. Medical reports documented soldiers whose hands shook so badly they could not load rifles, soldiers who wept uncontrollably when orders came to move to forward positions, soldiers who stood frozen in open ground because their nervous systems had simply quit processing information. The training had prepared them for combat. Nothing could have prepared them for this. Operation Epsom in late June provided a preview of what the division would endure for weeks. British and Scottish forces launched a massive offensive west of Caen, aimed at crossing the Ardennes River and enveloping German positions. The 12th SS Panzer Division, along with other German armored units, was fed piecemeal into defensive operations designed to contain the breakthrough. For 3 days, from June 26th through 28th, the division fought in villages whose names, Choux, Granville, Colville, would become synonymous with bloody stalemate. The British attacked with 3 infantry divisions supported by hundreds of tanks and preceded by artillery barrages that leveled defensive positions. The Germans counterattacked repeatedly, trying to maintain the fluid combat their doctrine preferred. Neither side achieved their objectives. The British failed to break through. The Germans failed to drive them back. But the casualty ratios favored the side that could afford them. Britain had the industrial capacity and manpower reserves to absorb 5,000 casualties and continue operations. The 12th SS lost approximately 1,500 men it could not replace. Tactically, the division performed well. British after-action reports praised German tactical skill even as they noted the enemy's increasing material weakness. Strategically, Epsom was another small step toward the division's inevitable exhaustion. The leadership losses compounded the personnel problem. Fritz Witt, the division commander, was killed by naval shellfire on June 14th, a sudden death that deprived the unit of an experienced hand, right as combat intensified. His replacement, Kurt Meyer, was the youngest divisional commander in the German military at age 33, a charismatic leader who had earned the Knight's Cross for Eastern Front service. Meyer understood modern warfare and was not blinded by ideology. He privately expressed doubts about Germany's ability to win the war. But he was also a Nazi true believer who saw retreat as betrayal and who pushed his units to counterattack even when the tactical situation was hopeless. Under Meyer's leadership, the division maintained its aggressive posture but burned through strength even faster. Company commanders and platoon leaders, men in their early 20s with Eastern Front experience, were killed or wounded at rates that left teenagers leading other teenagers. By mid-July, it was not uncommon for 17-year-olds to command companies that had lost all their officers. These boy leaders did their best, but they lacked the experience to make good tactical decisions under stress. The result was brave but costly actions, units fighting to the last man in positions that could have been abandoned with minimal loss, counterattacks launched without adequate preparation because nobody in the chain of command had the experience to recognize a bad plan. Operation Charnwood on July 8th brought the heaviest bombing yet experienced by German forces in France. Over 400 bombers dropped thousands of tons of explosives on Caen and its northern approaches in an attempt to crush German resistance through sheer explosive power. The 12th SS positions absorbed a fraction of this bombardment, but even indirect exposure was catastrophic. Soldiers in trenches 2 kilometers from the bombing center point were knocked unconscious by overpressure. Tank crews buttoned inside their vehicles reported being tossed around like the interior of a bell struck by a hammer. After the bombing came the ground assault, British and Canadian infantry advancing behind rolling barrages of artillery, methodically clearing the ruins of what had been a city. The fighting devolved into house-to-house, room-to-room combat where tactical sophistication mattered less than willingness to die. The Hitlerjugend soldiers demonstrated that willingness repeatedly. They fought from basements as buildings collapsed above them. They conducted local counterattacks even when cut off from supply. They defended individual street intersections until killed or wounded. But defense at all costs has a cost. By the time Caen fell on July 9th, the division had lost another 2,000 men. Some companies were down to 15% of their starting strength. Units that had been effective combined arms formations in June were now collections of survivors clinging to equipment they lacked the personnel to operate effectively. The field hospitals behind the lines revealed the human cost in visceral detail. Doctors performed amputations without anesthetic because morphine supplies had run out. Boys died from treatable injuries because the sheer volume of casualties overwhelmed medical capacity. One surgeon noted in his diary that he had performed 46 amputations in a single 24-hour period and that many patients were still in their mid-teens. The psychological casualties were worse in some ways. Soldiers with no visible injuries but who had stopped functioning, staring into space, unable to speak, responding to orders by screaming or fleeing. The Nazi system had no good framework for processing psychological trauma. Admitting that soldiers could break mentally without physical injury felt like conceding that willpower had limits, that ideology could not overcome neurology. So, these cases were often classified as cowardice and treated with punishment rather than treatment. Some psychologically shattered soldiers were sent back to the front with threats of execution if they did not perform. Others were transferred to penal units. A few were actually shot pour encouragerless, auteurs. The cruelty was systematic. The system that had turned children into warriors had no mechanism for unmaking warriors when the children inside broke down. By late July, the 12th SS Panzer Division had become a shell of its June self. On paper, it was still listed as a combat-effective unit in German orders of battle. In reality, it could muster perhaps 10,000 effectives from an authorized strength of 20,000, and many of those were walking wounded or soldiers kept in the line through a combination of ideological commitment and terror of consequences for leaving. The equipment situation was catastrophic. The division had started June with 178 tanks. By late July, maybe 40 were operational, and those lacked spare parts, ammunition, and often fuel. Artillery tubes had worn out from constant use and could not be replaced. Vehicles broke down and were cannibalized for parts. Defensive positions that should have had interlocking fields of fire had gaps because there were not enough machine guns or crew-served weapons. Yet the division held its sector. Allied forces attempting to advance through the Bourguebus Ridge south of Caen during Operation Goodwood in mid-July ran into defensive positions manned by exhausted teenagers who had somehow retained enough discipline and skill to turn back the largest armored offensive yet mounted on the Western Front. The British lost hundreds of tanks in 3 days of combat, but those were tanks that would be replaced within weeks. The Germans had no replacements for the tanks they lost, no replacements for the crews, no replacements for the ammunition expended. They were winning tactical engagements while losing the campaign. The letters and diaries from this period show the psychological evolution. In June, soldiers wrote home about their victories, about how they were stopping the invasion, about confidence in ultimate victory. By July, the tone had shifted. They wrote about being tired, about friends who had died, about not knowing how much longer they could hold on. Some expressed doubt about whether Germany could win, though they phrased it carefully because letters were censored and defeatist talk could lead to execution. A few wrote with a fatalism that bordered on suicidal, talking about how dying for the fatherland was acceptable, even desirable, because life after defeat would not be worth living. These were not the enthusiastic Hitler Youth members of 6 months earlier. These were trauma victims trying to find meaning in their suffering by doubling down on the ideology that had put them in this position. Modern psychologists call this cognitive dissonance resolution. When faced with evidence that contradicts deeply held beliefs, people often reinforce the beliefs rather than abandon them, because abandonment would mean their suffering was meaningless. For the Hitlerjugend soldiers, admitting that the Nazi cause was doomed meant admitting that their friends had died for nothing. So they convinced themselves that victory was still possible, that their sacrifices mattered, that holding one more day, one more week, would somehow change the strategic calculus. They were wrong, but believing the lie made the present bearable. The month of July 1944 consumed the 12th SS Panzer Division, not in one dramatic battle, but through relentless daily attrition. A tank knocked out here, a squad wiped out there, steady erosion that left the unit combat effective but fundamentally weakened. By month's end, Allied intelligence had identified the division as having been reduced to approximately 50% effectiveness, which in military terms meant it could still conduct defensive operations but lacked the strength for sustained offensive action. What the intelligence assessments could not measure was the psychological state. These boys had been promised that ideology would triumph over materiel, that superior will would defeat superior numbers. They had fought with extraordinary courage and skill, and they had watched month after month as the Allies kept coming, kept bombing, kept pushing forward despite horrific casualties. The cognitive dissonance between what they had been promised and what they were experiencing was creating psychological damage that would prove permanent. They had been manufactured to believe. Normandy was teaching them that belief was not enough. The lesson would be reinforced with brutal finality in August. Mortain, France, August 7th, 1944. 4 o'clock in the morning. Kurt Meyer stands in the command post studying maps by candlelight, and every tactical instinct he possesses is screaming that the orders he has just received are insane. Operation Lüttich, Hitler's personal brainchild, calls for every available panzer division to attack westward through Mortain toward Avranches, cutting off the American breakthrough in Brittany and splitting the Allied armies in two. On paper, it is a brilliant counterstroke. In reality, Meyer knows it is suicide. The 12th SS Panzer Division can barely muster 30 operational tanks. The division has no air cover. Allied fighter bombers own the sky. The men are exhausted from 2 months of continuous combat. Intelligence reports indicate massive American strength in the sector. None of this matters. The order comes directly from the Führer. It will be obeyed. Meyer issues movement orders to his remaining units, knowing he is sending boys to die in an offensive that cannot possibly succeed. But the alternative, refusing a direct order from Hitler, means court-martial and execution. So, the division moves forward, tanks rolling through pre-dawn darkness toward an objective they will never reach, into a trap that will consume not just the 12th SS, but the entire German position in France. The Normandy campaign is about to end. For the Hitlerjugend, the end will look like apocalypse. The offensive began, with limited success that evaporated within hours. German spearheads achieved surprise in the initial assault, pushing back American forces that had not expected a major counterattack. For a few hours, it looked like the offensive might actually penetrate Allied lines. Then the sun came up, and with daylight came the Allied air forces. Fighter bombers appeared in waves, thunderbolts and typhoons armed with rockets, bombs, and cannon. They hunted German columns with murderous efficiency. Tanks that had survived 2 months of ground combat were destroyed from above in minutes. Supply trucks, already scarce, were turned into burning wrecks. Infantry formations caught in open ground during movement were shredded by strafing runs. The 12th SS Panzer Division lost 11 tanks in the first day of Operation Lüttich, most to air attack rather than ground combat. By August 8th, the offensive had stalled. By August 9th, it was clear the operation had failed, but Hitler refused to authorize withdrawal. The panzer divisions, instead of pulling back to defensible positions, were ordered to maintain their exposed forward positions. This decision would prove catastrophic. While German forces were committed to a failed offensive in the west, American and Canadian forces were executing a massive envelopment from north and south. The trap was closing. The 12th SS Panzer Division and 50,000 other German soldiers were about to be caught in what would become known as the Falaise pocket. By August 13th, the tactical situation had transformed from difficult to hopeless. Allied forces advancing from Normandy beaches in the north and from the Brittany breakthrough in the south were converging on the town of Falaise, threatening to encircle all German forces still fighting west of the Seine River. Intelligence officers studying maps could see the pocket forming. Junior officers reported to their commanders that movement was becoming impossible. Every road was under observation from Allied aircraft. Every daylight displacement invited attack. Meyer sent increasingly urgent reports up the chain of command, warning that the division faced annihilation, if not withdrawn immediately. The response was Hitler's standard formula: hold at all costs, no retreat, reinforcements are coming. No, reinforcements were coming. The German army in France was collapsing, but the ideological requirements of Nazi leadership made honest strategic assessment impossible. To admit that withdrawal was necessary meant admitting the campaign was lost, which meant admitting the war might be lost, which contradicted everything the Nazi state claimed about destiny and willpower. So, the orders remained: hold position, maintain offensive posture, fight to the last man. The 12th SS Panzer Division, along with the rest of the German 7th Army, would pay the price for that delusion. The interior of the pocket became a vision of mechanized hell. Tens of thousands of German soldiers, thousands of vehicles, hundreds of tanks, all compressed into a shrinking area roughly 30 kilometers across and subject to continuous air attack and artillery bombardment. The Allies had realized they had achieved a strategic encirclement and poured in firepower with industrial abandon. Fighter bombers flew 3,000 sorties over the pocket during the encirclement period, attacking anything that moved. Artillery from multiple Allied armies converged their fire on the roads German forces needed for any organized withdrawal. The result was carnage on a scale that shocked even veteran Allied soldiers. Pilots reported that roads through the pocket were so choked with destroyed vehicles that movement was impossible. They described strafing runs where they simply had to aim at the road itself because every meter contained a target. German soldiers attempting to escape on foot were caught in open fields and cut down. The wounded, unable to evacuate because medical vehicles had been destroyed, died in ditches. The psychological effect was devastating. These soldiers had been told for 2 months that they were holding the line, defending the fatherland, preserving German honor. Now they were being slaughtered like animals in a pen, and there was nothing their training or courage or ideology could do to stop it. The 12th SS Panzer Division's experience within the pocket was representative of the larger disaster. The division had entered the Falaise area with approximately 10,000 men and perhaps 30 tanks. Within a week, both numbers would be reduced by over 90%. The killing was impersonal and industrial. Artillery shells fired from positions the defenders never saw. Bombs dropped from altitudes where the aircraft were barely visible. Rocket attacks that turned columns of vehicles into chains of explosions. A panzer grenadier named Helmut Papst later described trying to move his squad from one defensive position to another, a distance of perhaps 3 kilometers, and having the movement take 7 hours because they had to dive into ditches every few minutes as Allied aircraft appeared overhead. By the time they reached their destination, 3 men from the 8-man squad were casualties, and they had not fired a shot in return. This was not combat in any traditional sense. This was execution, death delivered from technological superiority so overwhelming that individual skill was irrelevant. The boys who had been taught that will and ideology could overcome material disadvantage were learning that lesson was a lie, but they learned it too late and paid for the education with their lives. By August 16th, the pocket had contracted to the point that escape was becoming impossible. The gap between Allied pincers, the corridor through which German forces might withdraw, was shrinking hourly. Meyer, recognizing that organizational cohesion was collapsing, made the decision to attempt a breakout without waiting for official authorization. He gathered the remaining elements of the division, perhaps 2,000 soldiers, a handful of operational tanks, no artillery, minimal heavy weapons, and prepared to force passage through Allied lines at Chamboise, where the encirclement was not yet complete. The breakout attempt began on the night of August 19th, and was less a military operation than a desperate scramble for survival. Units that had maintained discipline for weeks disintegrated into groups of men trying to find ways through or around Canadian and Polish forces that were closing the trap. Some groups succeeded through luck or determination. Others were captured or killed in confused nighttime firefights. Meyer himself led elements through the gap, reportedly weeping at the destruction of the division he had commanded. The final count was devastating. Of the division's 20,000 original members, plus 15,000 replacements received during the campaign, approximately 300 combat effectives escaped the pocket in organized units. Perhaps 1,200 stragglers filtered out over subsequent days. The rest were dead, wounded, or captured. The 12th SS Panzer Division had been effectively destroyed. The scenes along the roads through the pocket, documented by Allied soldiers and photographers who entered after the battle, shocked even men hardened by 2 months of combat. The highway from Falaise to Chamboise became known as the Corridor of Death, 7 kilometers of road lined with destroyed vehicles, dead horses, human remains in such density that vehicles could not pass without driving over corpses. Canadian soldiers who had fought the Hitlerjugend since June, who had lost friends to SS brutality, who had every reason to hate these enemies, nonetheless reported feeling sick at the scale of destruction. One officer wrote that he saw a German soldier, perhaps 17 years old, crushed beneath an overturned truck, still alive, begging for water that the Canadian could not provide because medical services were overwhelmed. Another described finding a foxhole containing 5 dead SS soldiers, the youngest looking no older than 15, killed by a single artillery shell. The industrial nature of modern warfare had reduced human beings to debris, and the ideology that had sent these boys to France had not prepared them for a death that was neither heroic nor meaningful, but simply random and brutal. They had been promised a warrior's death in glorious combat. Instead, they got mechanized slaughter in a killing zone created by enemies they never saw. The rally point east of the Seine, where survivors gathered in late August, revealed the human cost in ways statistics could not capture. Meyer conducted a formation and roll call of what remained of his division, 300 men, from 20,000. The silence as names were called and no one answered was reportedly broken only by the sound of men weeping. These were not tears of shame or cowardice. These were tears of grief and shock from boys who had watched their entire world destroyed in 2 months. Every survivor had lost friends. Many had lost entire companies. They stood in formation with uniforms filthy, equipment lost or damaged, bodies marked by wounds that had been treated hastily or not at all. Meyer reportedly broke down in private after the formation, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the disaster he had witnessed and partially led. The division he had commanded since June was gone. The boys he had trained and led and sent into combat were dead or scattered. The ideology that had promised them victory had delivered annihilation. And yet, incredibly, the surviving core of the 12th SS Panzer Division would be rebuilt and sent back into combat. Because the Nazi system could not admit failure, could not acknowledge that sending teenagers to die for a lost cause was murder, could not stop feeding its children into the machinery of war, even as that machinery visibly ground toward halt. The strategic impact of the Falaise pocket extended far beyond the 12th SS Panzer Division. The destruction of 20 German divisions and the collapse of the defensive position in France meant the war in the West had shifted decisively. Allied forces liberated Paris on August 25th and were racing toward the German border. The Wehrmacht would never again mount a coherent defense in France. But for the Hitlerjugend survivors, the strategic picture mattered less than the immediate psychological trauma of having survived when so many had not. Survivors' guilt, mixed with shock, mixed with the slow realization that everything they had been taught was wrong. Germany was not winning. Ideology could not overcome industrial capacity. Their sacrifices had been for nothing. Some survivors clung more desperately to Nazi beliefs because abandoning them would make their friends' deaths meaningless. Others began the long process of questioning everything they had been taught, but all carried scars, psychological and physical, that would never fully heal. They had been children in January, soldiers in June, combat veterans in July, and survivors of apocalypse in August. The accelerated moral education came at a cost that could not be calculated in casualty reports. An entire generation had been fed into Normandy and chewed up. The remnants limping east toward Germany were no longer the confident boys who had deployed in June. They were ghosts, hollowed out by trauma, kept moving by muscle memory, and the absence of alternatives. The final evacuation across the Seine took place under continuing Allied pressure. German engineers had managed to maintain a few crossing points despite Allied air attacks, and the surviving units, what was left of them, filtered across in disorder through late August. The 12th SS Panzer Division crossed as a stream of individuals and small groups rather than an organized formation. There were no vehicles except a handful of trucks. The tanks had been abandoned in the pocket or destroyed during the breakout. The heavy weapons were gone. All that crossed the Seine were exhausted men carrying rifles and the clothes on their backs. Allied intelligence, tracking German units through prisoner interrogations and signal intercepts, initially assessed that the 12th SS had been completely destroyed and removed it from their orders of battle. For several weeks, Allied planners assumed the division no longer existed as a fighting entity. They were correct in the sense that mattered. The formation that had deployed in June was gone, but they underestimated both the Nazi state's willingness to rebuild destroyed units and the division's remaining psychological cohesion. The boys who survived Normandy had been through something that bound them together in ways training never could. They had become a band of brothers through shared trauma. That bond, combined with the Nazi system's administrative efficiency, would allow the division to rise from the ashes. But what would be resurrected would be fundamentally different from what had been destroyed. The 2nd 12th SS Panzer Division would be even younger, even less trained, and even more desperate. The cycle was about to repeat. Nuremberg, Germany. September 5th, 1944. 300 men stand in formation in a training field that looks nothing like the battlefields they have just escaped. The grass is green and undisturbed by shell fire. There are no craters, no rubble, no smell of death. After 2 months in Normandy, the normalcy feels alien, almost offensive. Kurt Meyer stands before these survivors and delivers a speech that walks a careful line between acknowledging their trauma and demanding they prepare for more. He tells them they will rebuild. They will train new recruits. They will form the core of a reconstituted 12th SS Panzer Division. They will avenge their fallen comrades by returning to combat and proving that the Hitlerjugend spirit cannot be broken. As Meyer speaks, he can see the faces of boys who are technically still teenagers, but whose eyes show the 1,000-yard stare of men who have seen too much. Some nod along with his words, finding comfort in the promise of purpose. Others stare blankly, beyond reach of rhetoric. A few are quietly weeping, though whether from grief or relief or exhaustion is impossible to determine. Meyer does not mention that Germany is losing the war. He does not mention that rebuilding the division means taking even younger boys and sending them to die as their predecessors died. He cannot mention these things. To do so would be to admit the entire enterprise is futile murder. So he speaks of honor and duty and revenge, and the boys listen because they have no other framework for processing what they have experienced. The decision to reconstitute the 12th SS Panzer Division was made at the highest levels of Nazi leadership and reflected the regime's fundamental disconnection from military reality. By September 1944, Germany's strategic position was catastrophic. The Eastern Front was collapsing as Soviet armies advanced toward Poland. Italy had become a grinding defensive campaign with no prospect of victory. The Western Front had disintegrated with the Normandy defeat. Resources, fuel, ammunition, equipment, manpower were stretched beyond sustainability. Any rational leadership would have consolidated surviving units, shortened defensive lines, and prepared for an inevitable negotiated peace. But the Nazi regime was not rational, it was ideological. Defeat was philosophically impossible because history was supposed to be on Germany's side. If the current forces were insufficient, the solution was not to reconsider strategy, but to mobilize more forces. The 12th SS Panzer Division would be rebuilt because its symbolic value, the Hitler Youth Division, proof that Nazi education produced superior soldiers, exceeded its tactical utility. The fact that rebuilding meant conscripting even younger boys into a clearly losing war did not factor into the decision. Children were ammunition. If one batch had been expended, you simply manufactured more. The recruitment for the reconstituted division drew from the dregs of the manpower pool and exposed the desperation underlying the enterprise. In June 1943, when the division was first formed, volunteers had been plentiful, eager Hitler Youth members who wanted to join the elite SS. By September 1944, volunteers were scarce. Most of the original cohort were dead, captured, or already serving in other units. The new conscripts were younger, some as young as 15, born in 1929, boys who had spent their entire conscious lives under Nazi rule, but lacked even the truncated training of their predecessors. They came from the last intact Hitler Youth cohorts, scraped together from organizations across Germany, as the Nazi state mobilized every possible resource for what it called total war, but which was actually national suicide in slow motion. These boys arrived at training camps in September and October, not with the enthusiasm of the original recruits, but with a mix of fear and resignation. They had older brothers or friends who had died in Normandy, Russia, Italy. They knew what awaited them, but desertion meant execution, and families back home would face consequences if boys failed to report. So, they came, were issued uniforms, and began training for a war everyone except the most fanatical or delusional knew was lost. The training these new recruits received was criminally abbreviated compared to the original division's preparation. Where the first Hitlerjugend soldiers had trained for 8 months, learning tactics and weapons and physical conditioning in depth, the September 1944 conscripts received an average of 3 weeks of instruction, 3 weeks to learn what the Wehrmacht considered basic infantry skills, 3 weeks to familiarize themselves with weapons many had never fired, 3 weeks to internalize unit cohesion and small unit tactics that normally required months of practice. The training cadre, the Normandy survivors, did their best to compress essential lessons, teaching what would keep boys alive rather than what would make them excellent soldiers. But 3 weeks was nowhere near sufficient. Some boys arrived at their units having fired their rifles only during qualification, never in simulated combat conditions. Tank crews received classroom instruction on vehicle operation, but minimal hands-on time because fuel was rationed and training hours on actual tanks were limited. The result was a division that existed on paper and in organizational charts, but lacked the basic competence that had characterized the original formation. These boys would be sent to combat not because they were ready, but because bodies were needed to fill positions in the line. The Nazi leadership was no longer trying to win the war. They were trying to delay defeat long enough for some miracle, wonder weapons, Allied disunity, sheer stubborn refusal to surrender, to change the calculus. The equipment issued to the reconstituted division revealed Germany's industrial collapse as clearly as any economic statistic. In June 1944, the original 12th SS had received 178 tanks, including modern Panthers and the latest Panzer IV models, plus full complements of artillery, anti-tank guns, trucks, and support vehicles. The September 1944 Reconstitution received 41 Panzer IV tanks, 37 Jagdpanzer IV tank destroyers, and 27 Panthers, 105 armored vehicles total compared to the original 178, and many of the vehicles provided were older models or captured Czech equipment considered obsolete. Artillery was in even shorter supply. The division received perhaps half the number of guns its organization called for, and ammunition for those guns was rationed from the beginning. Transport vehicles were a mix of German trucks, captured French and Russian vehicles, and horse-drawn wagons. The Wehrmacht was literally regressing to pre-industrial logistics as fuel shortages made mechanized transport impossible to sustain. The boys arriving for training found themselves assigned to a Panzer Division that lacked sufficient panzers, a mobile force that moved partially on foot, an elite unit issued with cast-off equipment other formations did not want. The cognitive dissonance between the Hitlerjugend's propaganda image and its actual material condition was stark. But acknowledging that dissonance meant questioning the system, and questioning the system remained unthinkable for most. The Normandy survivors formed the leadership skeleton of the new division and brought with them trauma that poisoned the organizational culture from the start. These were boys, some still only 18 or 19 years old, who had been through 2 months of industrial slaughter and were now expected to train and lead even younger boys into similar conditions. Some rose to the challenge with grim determination, viewing the new recruits as younger brothers who needed protection and instruction. Others were psychologically broken in ways that manifested as either emotional withdrawal or explosive violence. One company commander, a 20-year-old veteran of the Normandy fighting, was reported by subordinates to have beaten a 15-year-old recruit unconscious for failing to properly maintain his rifle, then broken down weeping afterward. Another survivor refused to leave his quarters for 3 days, sitting in darkness and declining food until physically removed by medical personnel. The division's medical officer noted in September that approximately 40% of examined Normandy veterans showed signs of psychological trauma, nightmares, hypervigilance, emotional numbing, exaggerated startle responses. But the Nazi system had no framework for treating combat stress beyond rest and threats. Many psychologically damaged survivors were simply put back into leadership positions because experienced personnel were desperately needed, regardless of their mental state. The predictable result was a division led by traumatized teenagers trying to prepare unready children for combat, the blind leading the blind toward a conclusion everyone could sense but no one was allowed to articulate. November 3, 1944, saw the formal reconstitution ceremony where the division was presented with new colors to replace those lost in France. The ceremony was staged for propaganda purposes, filmed by newsreel cameras that would show German audiences that the Hitlerjugend lived on, that the spirit of National Socialist youth remained unbroken. Kurt Meyer delivered a speech about unbroken spirit, about avenging fallen comrades, about the certainty of final victory. The boys in formation listened with expressions harder to read than their predecessors in similar ceremonies. Some seemed to believe, faces showing the fanatical commitment that characterized the original division. Others looked skeptical, going through motions because refusal was impossible. Still others appeared simply exhausted, too ground down by training and the visible decay of Germany's position to muster enthusiasm for rhetoric. The newsreel footage would be edited to show only the believers, creating propaganda that bore little resemblance to the complex reality. In the internal reports filed by training officers, a different picture emerged. The new 12th SS Panzer Division was rated combat ready in November 1944, but the rating was based on organizational structure rather than actual capability. Multiple officers noted that the division's effectiveness was perhaps 30% of the original formation, that the soldiers were too young and undertrained, that equipment shortages would cripple operations. These assessments were filed and ignored. The division was needed. Combat readiness was defined as able to deploy, not likely to succeed. By late November, Allied intelligence had detected that the 12th SS Panzer Division had been reconstituted and was training somewhere in Germany. British intelligence officers who had tracked the division's destruction in Normandy were shocked that the Germans would attempt to rebuild it. One assessment noted with dark humor that the Nazis appeared to be mining their children with increasingly intensive extraction methods, recognizing that each iteration drew from younger cohorts. The intelligence community debated what the reconstitution meant for German strategy. Some argued it showed desperation. Germany was so short of effective units that it was willing to field undertrained teenagers. Others worried it indicated hidden strength. Perhaps Germany had more manpower reserves than estimated if they could rebuild a division from scratch in 90 days. Neither interpretation was quite correct. The reconstitution reflected not strength or desperation, but ideological rigidity. The Nazi leadership rebuilt the 12th SS Panzer Division because admitting that young fanatics could not win the war would mean admitting that ideology had failed. Better to send more boys to die than to face that psychological impossibility. The division would deploy again. It would fight again, and it would be destroyed again, because no amount of fanaticisms could overcome the industrial and numerical superiority arrayed against Germany. But the Nazi system could not learn that lesson. It could only repeat the experiment with younger subjects until the subjects or the system ran out. The boys themselves, in letters and diaries from this period, showed a range of responses to their situation that defied simple categorization. Some wrote with continued enthusiasm, describing training exercises and expressing eagerness to prove themselves in combat, apparently unaffected by the Normandy disaster or genuinely believing the propaganda that explained the defeat as temporary setback. Others wrote with fatalism, describing their upcoming deployment as something to be endured rather than embraced, going through motions because alternatives were absent. A few expressed explicit doubts about the war's outcome or the wisdom of their deployment, though always cautiously given that letters were censored and defeatist talk could trigger investigation by the Gestapo. One 15-year-old, in a letter that somehow survived censorship, wrote to his mother, "I do not know if I will come back, but I know I must go. Please do not be sad if I do not return. Tell my sister that I tried to do my duty." The letter's resignation, not enthusiasm, not despair, just exhausted acceptance, captured something essential about the reconstituted division. These boys were not the eager volunteers of 1943. They were conscripts moving toward fate with open eyes, fully aware that survival was unlikely, but unable to imagine any path except forward into the guns. The final pre-deployment training exercise in late November demonstrated both the division's residual capabilities and its fundamental weaknesses. The exercise simulated a defensive operation against armored breakthrough, a scenario Germany faced on every front. The veteran cadre performed adequately, showing that Normandy had taught tactical lessons even as it killed teachers. But the new recruits struggled with basic tasks, maintaining formation during movement, communicating effectively under stress, coordinating between different unit types. The after-action assessment noted that the division could probably conduct defensive operations with proper support, but would likely collapse under sustained pressure, or if required to conduct complex mobile operations. This assessment proved prescient. The 12th SS Panzer Division was being prepared for commitment to Hitler's last desperate offensive in the West, the Ardennes operation that would become known as the Battle of the Bulge. The division would fight. It would demonstrate that even abbreviated training could produce tactically competent soldiers when led by veterans. But it would also demonstrate that no amount of tactical competence mattered when strategic planning was delusional and material resources were insufficient. The reconstituted Hitlerjugend was rolling toward its second destruction. This time, there would be no miraculous rebuild afterward. The Nazi state was running out of children to feed into the machine. Losheim Gap, Belgium, December 16, 1944, 5:30 in the morning. The darkness is absolute, the kind of pre-dawn blackness that seems to have physical weight. Then, precisely on schedule, 2,000 German artillery pieces open fire simultaneously across a 90-kilometer front. The noise is beyond description, not a series of individual explosions, but a continuous roar that makes thought impossible and turns the frozen Belgian landscape into a flickering hellscape of muzzle flashes and detonating shells. 17-year-old Gunther Hoffmann, loader in a Panther tank from the reconstituted 12th SS Panzer Regiment, feels the ground shake even though his unit is kilometers behind the front line waiting for the infantry to break through. He has been in the division for only 2 months. His training consisted of 3 weeks at a camp in Germany, followed by a week of unit integration exercises. He has never been in combat. In approximately 6 hours, his tank will advance through snow-covered forests toward American positions around Krinkelt, and he will discover that nothing he learned in training prepared him for what combat actually means. But in this moment, in the pre-dawn darkness, with the artillery thundering and officers shouting orders and engines starting, he feels something close to exhilaration. This is what he joined for. This is the moment his entire short life has pointed toward. What Hoffmann does not know, what none of the Hitlerjugend soldiers know as they roll forward into Adolf Hitler's last offensive in the West, is that the operation is doomed before it begins, that within 10 days the offensive will stall, and that within a month the division will be retreating again, having burned through another 4,000 casualties for gains that would evaporate like frost under sun. Operation Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine, was Hitler's personal strategic conception. And like most of his late war decisions, it combined tactical insight with strategic insanity. The plan was genuinely clever. Concentrate Germany's last armored reserves in the Ardennes forest, the same sector where the Wehrmacht had achieved breakthrough in 1940, strike through what was assumed to be a lightly held American sector, drive west to Antwerp to split Allied armies and capture their main logistics hub, and force the Western Allies into negotiated peace. The tactical problems were multiple and fatal. Germany lacked the fuel for a sustained offensive. The plan assumed captured American fuel dumps would sustain the advance, which meant the entire operation depended on the enemy cooperating by leaving fuel accessible. Germany lacked air superiority, meaning daylight movement would be impossible once Allied air forces responded. The offensive timetable assumed rapid breakthrough and exploitation, but the narrow Ardennes roads would create traffic bottlenecks that would paralyze movement. Most fundamentally, Germany lacked the strategic reserves to exploit a breakthrough even if achieved. This was the last roll of the dice using forces that could not be replaced if lost. But Hitler and his inner circle had convinced themselves that will could overcome logistics, that surprise would compensate for material weakness, that the Western Allies would collapse under pressure as France had in 1940. The 12th SS Panzer Division would be committed to this fantasy, and once again young soldiers would pay the cost of strategic delusion with their lives. The initial advance achieved tactical surprise and local success that briefly suggested the operation might work. American units in the Ardennes, lightly deployed in what was considered a quiet sector for rest and training, were overrun or bypassed. The 6th SS Panzer Army, of which the 12th SS Panzer Division was part, pushed forward through the first day, and German radio broadcasts trumpeted the offensive as proof that the Reich could still strike offensive blows. But by December 17th, the advance was already encountering problems. American resistance, initially scattered, was coalescing around key road junctions. The narrow forest roads were clogged with vehicles, creating traffic jams that prevented exploitation forces from reaching the breakthrough points. And most critically, American units were denying German forces access to fuel dumps. The 12th SS Panzer Division, advancing toward the critical road junction at Krinkelt-Rocherath, found itself fighting not a pursuit operation, but a grinding positional battle against American infantry that refused to retreat. The engagement that developed over December 17th through 19th demonstrated both the division's residual capabilities and its fatal weaknesses. The boys could fight, but they could not win. The 3-day battle for Krinkelt-Rocherath became a microcosm of the offensive's failure. The 12th SS Panzer Division, supported by infantry from the 12th Volksgrenadier Division, was tasked with capturing the twin villages and opening routes west for exploitation forces behind them. On paper, German forces outnumbered the American defenders from the 2nd and 99th Infantry Divisions. In practice, American artillery support, defensive positions in solid stone buildings, and desperate infantry resistance turned the villages into killing grounds. German forces attacked repeatedly, sometimes gaining temporary footholds in village outskirts before being driven back by counterattacks. Panther tanks that had been effective in Normandy's open terrain found themselves fighting in tight village streets where their advantages in range and armor were negated. American bazookas and anti-tank guns destroyed German armor at close range from positions inside buildings. The temperature hovered around -10 degrees Celsius, cold enough that weapons malfunctioned, exposed skin froze, and wounded soldiers died from cold as quickly as from their injuries. Hoffman, the loader whose story opened this chapter, was killed on the evening of December 18th when his Panther was hit by a 76mm anti-tank round that penetrated the turret. He had been in combat for 2 days. He was 17 years old. His body was left in the burned-out tank because recovery operations were impossible under fire. The human cost of the Bulge fighting extracted casualties at rates the reconstituted division could not sustain. In 10 days of offensive operations, from December 16th through 26th, the 12th SS Panzer Division lost approximately 3,800 men killed, wounded, or missing, 25% of its already reduced strength. Equipment losses were proportionally higher, 38 tanks destroyed or abandoned, most lost not to enemy fire, but to fuel shortages that left them immobilized and subsequently destroyed by crews to prevent capture. Artillery pieces that could not be towed were spiked and left behind. Vehicles broke down from the cold and could not be repaired because spare parts were unavailable. By Christmas Day, the division was combat ineffective for offensive operations and was being shifted to defensive positions to hold gains that were already being eroded by American counterattacks. The boys who survived the fighting were exhausted, frostbitten, and increasingly aware that the offensive had failed. Radio broadcasts still claimed victory was imminent, but soldiers in the line could see American strength building up, could hear the constant rumble of Allied artillery that German guns could not answer because ammunition was rationed, could observe supply lines that were supposed to sustain breakthrough, instead barely maintaining defensive positions. The gap between propaganda and reality was producing a psychological crisis that ideological training could no longer suppress. The cold itself became an enemy as brutal as Allied firepower. December 1944 in the Ardennes was one of the coldest winters in decades, with temperatures regularly dropping below -15 degrees Celsius and snow accumulating in drifts that blocked movement. German forces, rushed into the offensive from staging areas in Germany, lacked adequate winter equipment because the Wehrmacht's logistics system was collapsing. Boys from the 12th SS fought in uniforms designed for temperate weather, slept in foxholes or improvised shelters that provided minimal protection from cold, and suffered from frostbite at epidemic rates. Medical personnel recorded hundreds of cases of cold injury, feet frozen in boots, hands unable to grip weapons, faces marked by black patches of dying tissue. Some soldiers literally froze to death in defensive positions, found by relief troops slumped over machine guns with skin frozen to metal. Others survived the cold but lost fingers, toes, ears to frostbite that turned tissue necrotic. The physical misery compounded the psychological stress of combat and contributed to the division's disintegration. It was difficult to maintain ideological commitment while watching your toes turn black from frostbite. It was hard to believe in final victory while shivering uncontrollably in a snow-filled foxhole, unable to feel your extremities, listening to American artillery systematically destroying everything behind your position. The cold stripped away rhetoric and left only biological imperatives. Stay warm, find food, survive until relief. Ideology could not keep you warm. December 22nd brought a turning point as the weather cleared and Allied air forces returned to action. What had been a ground battle complicated by terrain and winter suddenly became a three-dimensional engagement dominated by American air superiority. Fighter bombers appeared in waves, thunderbolts carrying rockets and bombs, medium bombers targeting German concentrations, observation aircraft directing artillery onto any movement. German forces that had been able to maneuver cautiously during overcast conditions now found daylight movement suicidal. Vehicles destroyed from the air lined every road. Supply columns that tried to move forward were obliterated. The 12th SS Panzer Division, already struggling with fuel shortages, found itself effectively paralyzed during daylight. Movement was restricted to night hours, which drastically reduced operational tempo and made coordinated operations impossible. One company commander described receiving orders to attack an American position 5 kilometers away but requiring 14 hours to move his unit into position because daylight movement meant death. By the time his unit was ready to attack, the situation had changed and new orders arrived. The cycle repeated daily, orders issued based on optimistic assumptions, units unable to execute due to material constraints, new orders issued based on the same false assumptions. The institutional inability to admit defeat meant planning remained divorced from reality until the offensive collapsed through sheer exhaustion rather than formal acknowledgement of failure. The aftermath of the Ardennes offensive revealed the human cost in ways that statistics alone could not capture. Field hospitals behind German lines were overwhelmed with casualties, wounded, frostbitten, psychologically broken. Medical personnel performed amputations by flashlight because electricity was unreliable. Boys waited hours for treatment because there were too few doctors and too many patients. Some died waiting, their injuries treatable in principle but fatal due to the collapse of medical infrastructure. The psychological casualties were worse in some respects. Soldiers with no physical injuries but who had stopped functioning, rendered catatonic by combat stress or cold, or the sheer accumulation of trauma. The Nazi system's response to these psychological casualties remained punitive rather than therapeutic. Men unable to function were often classified as cowards and threatened with execution, rather than treated as medical cases requiring psychiatric intervention. A few were actually shot, their deaths attributed to desertion in official records. The cruelty was systematic and revealed the fundamental inhumanity of the regime. Even at this late stage, with defeat obvious to anyone with eyes, the Nazi leadership could not admit that human beings had psychological limits that ideology could not overcome. Better to kill broken soldiers than to acknowledge that the system had broken them. The retreat from the Ardennes began in early January 1945 and marked the end of German offensive capability in the West. The 12th SS Panzer Division pulled back along with the rest of the 6th SS Panzer Army, conducting rearguard actions that slowed American pursuit but could not prevent the eventual collapse of the salient. The withdrawal was conducted with more skill than the offensive had been. German forces demonstrating that defensive operations remained within their capability even as offensive power evaporated. But skill could not overcome material reality. The division that pulled back into Germany in mid-January was a shell, perhaps 7,000 effectives, from an authorized strength of 20,000, approximately 30 operational tanks from an authorized 105, ammunition and fuel both critically short. More importantly, morale was fractured in ways that could not be repaired. The boys had been told the offensive would turn the tide of the war. They had attacked with full commitment despite doubts. And they had watched the offensive fail, not through lack of courage, but through impossible logistics and overwhelming enemy strength. The psychological effect was devastating. You could forgive soldiers for one defeat. That was bad luck or poor planning. A second catastrophic defeat destroyed the myth that willpower mattered more than industry. The 12th SS Panzer Division would continue fighting for 4 more months. But the Ardennes broke something fundamental. After the Bulge, the division was going through motions, fighting from institutional momentum and absence of alternatives rather than belief in victory. They had become, finally, what the Nazi system most feared, soldiers who knew they were losing and fought anyway because they had no choice. Near Sankt Vith, Belgium, January 3, 1945. The SS Field Police, military policemen responsible for maintaining discipline behind the lines, have erected a makeshift gallows from timber scavenged from a destroyed barn. A 17-year-old Panzer Grenadier named Klaus Becker stands with a noose around his neck, hands bound behind his back, shivering from cold and terror. His crime, desertion. He left his position during an American artillery barrage and was found 3 kilometers behind the line, walking toward Germany. He claims he was separated from his unit during the bombardment and was trying to find his way back. The field police officer conducting the execution does not care about explanations. Desertion during combat carries one sentence. The execution is public, conducted in view of Becker's company to maximize deterrent effect. His former squadmates watch as the barrel he stands on is kicked away and he drops, neck breaking with a crack audible over the winter wind. The body will hang for 3 hours before being cut down. A visible reminder that the Wehrmacht may be losing, but the SS still enforces discipline with lethal efficiency. This is the reality of the 12th SS Panzer Division in early 1945. Soldiers who know the war is lost, but continue fighting because the enemy behind them, their own command structure, is as dangerous as the enemy in front. The ideology that once motivated is now replaced by fear, exhaustion, and the grim momentum of institutional violence. The breaking point has been reached. What continues is no longer an army, but a death cult going through motions until physical collapse makes continuation impossible. The desertion rate within the division began its steep climb in January 1945 and never stopped rising. During the Normandy campaign, desertion had been nearly non-existent, approximately 2%, mostly soldiers who broke psychologically rather than making calculated decisions to abandon the unit. By the Ardennes offensive, the rate had climbed to perhaps 6%. In January and February of 1945, it spiked to 12%, and that number only captured men who were caught or reported missing. The actual abandonment rate was almost certainly higher, including soldiers who disappeared during retreats or claimed to be wounded and never returned from medical facilities. What made the desertion wave remarkable was not its scale. Most Wehrmacht units were experiencing similar patterns, but that it occurred in an SS division whose ideological screening and political indoctrination were supposed to prevent exactly this breakdown. The Hitlerjugend had been manufactured to be fanatically loyal, conditioned to view death as preferable to surrender or flight. The rising desertion rate demonstrated that no amount of indoctrination could overcome the human survival instinct when soldiers concluded their deaths would serve no purpose. You could train boys to be brave. You could not train them to be stupid, and continuing to fight for a cause everyone knew was lost met any reasonable definition of stupidity. The psychological casualties documented in division medical reports revealed trauma patterns that modern clinicians recognize as acute stress disorder, complex PTSD, and traumatic brain injury. Boys who had been in continuous combat since the Ardennes offensive, approximately 6 weeks by mid-January, showed symptoms including emotional numbness, hypervigilance, dissociation, intrusive memories, and what medical reports described as nervous exhaustion. One divisional physician noted that approximately 40% of soldiers he examined showed signs of psychological trauma even when presenting for treatment of physical injuries. The symptoms manifested in ways that degraded combat effectiveness. Soldiers who could not sleep despite exhaustion, who startled at sudden noises so violently they dropped weapons, who stared blankly when given orders and required repeated instruction to process simple commands. The Nazi medical system had no effective treatment for these conditions. The Wehrmacht recognized war neurosis as a real phenomenon, but lacked psychiatric infrastructure to treat it beyond rest periods and sedatives. Soldiers presenting with psychological symptoms in SS units risked being classified as malingerers and punished rather than treated. The institutional response to psychological breakdown was to deny it was happening, to classify broken soldiers as weak rather than injured, and to use threats and violence to compel continued service from men who had reached their limits. This approach predictably worsened outcomes and accelerated the division's disintegration. The division's deployment to Hungary in February 1945 revealed the degree to which institutional inertia had replaced strategic coherence in Nazi military planning. With the Western Front collapsing, with Berlin threatened by Soviet forces advancing through Poland, German High Command decided to commit the reconstituted 6th SS Panzer Army, including the remnants of the 12th SS Panzer Division, to an offensive around Lake Balaton in Hungary. The objective was to secure Hungarian oil fields and protect the last fuel sources available to German forces. The strategic logic was sound in isolation. Without fuel, the Wehrmacht could not operate. But the operational reality was delusional. German forces lacked the strength to conduct sustained offensive operations against Soviet forces that outnumbered them 3-1. The roads to Hungary were under constant air attack. The The forces committed to the offensive were exhausted from the Ardennes fighting and had not been properly reconstituted. Nevertheless, the offensive was ordered, and the 12th SS Panzer Division found itself once again rolling toward combat, this time on the Eastern Front, where Soviet forces operated with a brutality that made even the Western Allies look restrained. The boys who had survived France and Belgium were about to discover that their experiences with the Americans and Canadians had been a mild preview of what industrial warfare looked like when conducted by an enemy that had endured 4 years of genocidal invasion and was returning the favor with interest. The Lake Balaton offensive, launched on March 6, 1945, lasted 10 days and accomplished nothing except generating casualties Germany could not afford. The 12th SS Panzer Division, committed as part of the exploitation force, managed to advance approximately 10 kilometers before Soviet defenses stiffened and counterattacks began pushing German forces back. The fighting was different from the West. Less reliance on artillery, more emphasis on massed armor and infantry assaults that accepted horrific casualties to achieve objectives. Soviet tactics often involved waves of infantry advancing under covering fire, accepting 50% casualties in a company to take a single defensive position. German forces, conditioned to expect enemies that valued force preservation, found the Soviet willingness to expend men profligate and terrifying. The 12th SS Panzer Division held its positions well initially, but the sheer weight of Soviet numbers eventually told. By March 15th, German forces were in full retreat, and the division had suffered another 4,500 casualties in 10 days of combat, roughly 60% of the strength it had deployed with. The Lake Balaton operation consumed the division more thoroughly than either Normandy or the Ardennes, because Soviet forces did not stop at defeating the offensive. They pursued, seeking to encircle and destroy German forces, rather than merely pushing them back. The retreat from Hungary became a chaotic fighting withdrawal, where unit cohesion collapsed and survival became individual rather than collective. The field hospital records from March 1945 augment the physical destruction with clinical precision, while hinting at the psychological collapse beneath. Doctors reported treating boys with wounds they had dressed themselves thus earlier because medical evacuation was impossible, infections turning septic, field dressings soaked through with blood and pus, improvised tourniquets that had saved lives but doomed limbs to amputation. Frostbite from Hungary's late winter cold compounded combat injuries. Malnutrition was endemic. Soldiers were operating on reduced rations because supply lines had collapsed. One medical report noted examining a 16-year-old patient who weighed 48 kilograms, approximately 20 kilograms underweight for his height, suffering from both gunshot wounds and starvation-related complications. But the psychological observations were more disturbing than the physical inventory. The same report described the patient as having eyes of 60-year-old man, noted that he did not speak despite being conscious, and observed that he showed no reaction to painful medical procedures. This was dissociation, the mind protecting itself from unbearable reality by disconnecting from the body's experience. The condition was becoming common enough that medical personnel developed informal terminology. Soldiers described as gone, or burned out, or finished, clinical language for psychological destruction that had no formal diagnosis or treatment. Company commanders facing the disintegration of their units began reporting in official channels that soldiers were refusing orders, not mutinying in the traditional sense, not organizing resistance or attacking officers, but simply not responding to commands. When ordered to assault a position, soldiers would remain in their trenches, frozen not by cowardice but by psychological paralysis. When ordered to retreat, some refused to move, preferring to risk capture or death rather than face another withdrawal. The reports documented what clinicians now recognize as learned helplessness, a psychological state where repeated exposure to inescapable stress produces passivity, even when action might improve circumstances. These boys had fought in Normandy and watched their division destroyed. They had been rebuilt and sent to the Ardennes, where the offensive failed catastrophically. They had been sent to Hungary for another failed offensive. The pattern taught them that their actions did not matter, that outcomes were determined by forces beyond their control, that effort was futile. When the lesson was internalized, combat effectiveness disappeared. You cannot maintain an army when soldiers conclude that fighting and not fighting produce identical outcomes. The 12th SS Panzer Division was becoming a collection of individuals going through motions, maintaining minimal cohesion from habit rather than commitment, waiting for the end whether through death, capture, or surrender. The ideological erosion documented in interrogation reports of captured Hitlerjugend soldiers showed the collapse of the belief system that had sustained the division through earlier defeats. In Normandy, captured soldiers interrogated by Allied intelligence officers typically expressed continued belief in Nazi ideology, confidence in ultimate German victory, and defiant hatred of their captors. By March 1945, the tone had shifted dramatically. Prisoners expressed fatalism about Germany's defeat, disillusionment with leadership that had sent them into unwinnable battles, and often explicit rejection of the ideology they had been taught since childhood. One interrogation report quotes an 18-year-old Panzer Grenadier. "We were told we were the elite, that ideology made us superior, but American artillery does not care about ideology. Soviet tanks do not stop because you believe in racial superiority. We were lied to." The statement, repeated in various forms across multiple interrogations, represented the cognitive breakthrough that Nazi indoctrination had been designed to prevent. These boys were finally recognizing that they had been used, that their education had been programming rather than enlightenment, that the adults who trained them had knowingly sent children to die for a lie. The recognition came too late to save most of them. But for those who survived, it marked the beginning of a painful recalibration of everything they had believed since childhood. By April 1945, the 12th SS Panzer Division existed primarily on paper. Official strength returns listed approximately 5,000 men, but these included stragglers, administrative personnel, and soldiers technically assigned to the division, but scattered across multiple locations during the chaotic retreat. The actual number of combat-effective troops who could be assembled, equipped, and deployed was perhaps 1,200, 6% of the original formation's strength. Equipment was even more scarce, fewer than 15 operational tanks, a handful of artillery pieces, transport consisting of whatever vehicles had not broken down or been destroyed. The division was dead in all but name, kept nominally alive by German staff officers who maintained organizational fiction because dissolving units officially required paperwork that no one had time to process during the collapse of the Reich. The boys still carried division insignia and technically belonged to the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend. But they were not really soldiers anymore. They were survivors, traumatized adolescents waiting for circumstances to release them from an institution that had consumed their youth and spat them out broken. Some would die in the final weeks of fighting. Others would be captured. A few would successfully disappear into the chaos of Germany's collapse. But none would escape what had been done to them. The psychological damage was permanent. The Nazi state had taken children and manufactured killers, and the manufacturing process had destroyed the raw material. What remained were fragments, boys with old men's eyes, ghosts inhabiting teenage bodies, walking evidence of what happens when ideology is taken to its logical conclusion. Rhineland, Germany, April 1945. The war is visibly lost. Soviet forces are fighting in the suburbs of Berlin. American and British armies are across the Rhine and driving deep into Germany's industrial heartland. The Luftwaffe has ceased to exist as an effective force. Cities are rubble. The infrastructure that sustained modern society has collapsed. Yet in foxholes and defensive positions across what remains of the Reich, teenage soldiers from the 12th SS Panzer Division continue fighting. They man roadblocks that delay American advances by hours. They conduct ambushes that kill enemy soldiers before being killed themselves. They retreat under fire with discipline that would impress peacetime armies. The question that haunts Allied soldiers, that puzzles historians decades later, that survivors struggle to answer even in old age, is simple and profound. Why? Why continue fighting when defeat is certain? Why risk death for a cause everyone knows is lost? The answers are complex, contradictory, and deeply human. They reveal uncomfortable truths about indoctrination, group psychology, cognitive dissonance, and the ways human beings construct meaning under impossible circumstances. Understanding why the Hitlerjugend fought to the bitter end requires looking past the propaganda to examine the psychological mechanisms that kept traumatized teenagers in the line when every rational calculation should have driven them towards surrender or flight. Unit cohesion. The bonds between soldiers that make organized combat possible played a paradoxical role in sustaining the division's resistance. Military psychologists have understood since the Second World War that soldiers fight primarily not for ideology or national objectives, but for the men beside them, for squad mates and platoon members who become brothers through shared hardship. The 12th SS Panzer Division's training had deliberately cultivated these bonds, creating small unit cohesion that proved extraordinarily durable even as the strategic situation collapsed. Boys who had trained together, fought together, survived multiple campaigns together, developed loyalties that transcended ideology. They continued fighting, not because they believed in Nazi victory, but because abandoning the fight meant abandoning comrades. One veteran, interviewed in the 1990s, described the calculus. "I knew we would lose. Everyone knew by April. But my friends were still in the line. How could I leave? Them? If I deserted, I would survive while they died. I could not live with that." The statement captures the moral trap created by strong unit cohesion. The very bonds that made the division effective also made escape psychologically impossible for many. They were trapped not by external coercion, but by loyalty to each other, by the unwillingness to be the one who broke the circle, who saved himself while brothers died. This dynamic sustained resistance far past the point where strategic hope evaporated. The ideological conditioning, although eroded by defeat and trauma, retained residual power that manifested in ways more subtle than fanaticism. Few soldiers in April 1945 still believed the propaganda about inevitable German victory or racial superiority granting martial supremacy, but the years of indoctrination had created cognitive frameworks that persisted even when specific beliefs collapsed. The boys had been taught that soldiers who surrendered were cowards, that defeat with honor was preferable to survival through capitulation, that a warrior's value was measured by willingness to fight against any odds. These lessons, internalized during formative adolescent years, created behavioral patterns that operated almost independently of conscious belief. A soldier might intellectually recognize that surrender was rational, but emotionally feel that surrendering violated his identity as a warrior. Ideology had become part of their self-conception in ways that could not be easily discarded. One psychological study of former Hitlerjugend soldiers conducted in the 1960s found that even veterans who had completely rejected Nazi ideology still struggled with shame about considering surrender during the war's final weeks. The indoctrination had created psychological structures that outlasted the belief system that generated them, producing guilt and shame responses to actions, like choosing survival, that should have been uncontroversial. The fear of consequences for abandoning the fight operated on multiple levels and proved sufficient to keep many soldiers in line despite lack of ideological commitment. The most immediate fear was SS field police, who maintained brutal discipline behind German lines through summary executions. Deserters caught by field police faced death, and the executions were public to maximize deterrent effect. But the fear extended beyond personal consequences. Nazi propaganda had spent years teaching Germans that defeat would mean not just political change, but physical extermination, that the Allies, particularly the Soviets, would slaughter German civilians in revenge for Nazi atrocities. Soldiers who considered desertion had to weigh personal survival against the belief, still widely held in April 1945 despite its exaggeration, that abandoning the fight meant abandoning families to massacre. The Nazi system had effectively created a situation where surrender felt like betrayal of loved ones, where staying in the line was choosing family over self, even when the strategic situation was hopeless. Additionally, families of deserters faced consequences under Nazi law. Sippenhaft, kin liability, meant that a soldier's family could be arrested, imprisoned, or worse if he deserted. For teenage soldiers whose parents and siblings were living in territories still under Nazi control, desertion meant condemning family members. The calculus was brutal: accept high probability of death in combat or guarantee harm to family through desertion. Many chose combat. The psychological impossibility of admitting that their sacrifices had been meaningless created a cognitive trap that sustained resistance past any rational stopping point. The 12th SS Panzer Division had lost approximately 28,000 men killed or permanently disabled from an initial strength, plus replacements totaling roughly 35,000 soldiers. Those casualties represented friends, brothers, comrades whose faces were burned into survivors' memories. Admitting that Germany would lose, that the war had been fought for a criminal cause, that Nazi ideology was false, meant admitting that those deaths were meaningless, that boys had died not for a noble cause, but for a lie. The psychological burden was unbearable. It was easier to continue believing, or at least continue acting as if belief remained intact, than to face that reality. Modern psychologists call this cognitive dissonance resolution through behavioral commitment. When actions and beliefs conflict, people often resolve the dissonance by doubling down on actions rather than changing beliefs, particularly when changing beliefs would require confronting painful truths. Survivors interviewed decades later described this dynamic explicitly. One stated, "If I admitted we would lose, I had to admit my friends died for nothing. I could not do that, so I kept fighting." The statement reveals the tragic logic. Continued resistance proved the earlier sacrifices had meaning, that comrades had died for something rather than nothing, even when intellectually the soldier knew the fight was lost. The absence of attractive alternatives sustained resistance, even among soldiers who had lost ideological commitment and would have preferred to survive. Surrender to Western allies was safer than to Soviets, but even Western captivity carried risks and uncertainties. Prisoners of war faced unknown treatment, possible transfer to Allied countries for labor, separation from families for indeterminate periods. Soldiers who considered surrender weighed these uncertainties against the known danger of continued combat. For some, particularly those whose homes were in areas now occupied by Allies, surrender made sense and occurred in increasing numbers in April and May. But for soldiers whose families lived in areas still under Nazi control, surrender meant permanent separation with no guarantee of eventual reunion. The chaos of Germany's collapse made any planning impossible. You could not predict which Allied nation you would surrender to, how long you would be held, whether your family would survive the war's end. Continued military service, despite its dangers, at least offered theoretical possibility of returning home when fighting ended. The calculus was not rational in probability terms. Remaining in combat almost certainly meant death or severe injury, but humans under extreme stress often make decisions based on control rather than probability. Staying with your unit felt like maintaining agency. Surrender felt like losing control of your fate. For teenagers who had spent years in regimented military structures where decisions were made for them, the illusion of control had powerful psychological appeal. Comparative studies of Wehrmacht desertion rates versus Waffen-SS rates in the war's final months reveal how institutional factors affected individual decisions. Regular Wehrmacht divisions experienced desertion rates approaching 25% by April 1945, with entire units dissolving as soldiers concluded the war was lost and fled toward American lines to avoid Soviet capture. The 12th SS Panzer Division, despite its degraded condition, maintained operational coherence until the final week of combat and showed desertion rates around 12%, still high by the division's standards but dramatically lower than comparable Wehrmacht formations. Multiple factors explain the difference. SS soldiers faced harsher punishment for desertion because SS field police operated more ruthlessly than Wehrmacht military police. SSS formations maintained tighter internal surveillance, with soldiers informing on each other to prevent mass desertions. But, perhaps most importantly, SS soldiers understood that their crimes made surrender more dangerous. The division's war crimes record was known to soldiers even if the full extent was not. They knew they had killed prisoners, murdered civilians, committed atrocities that would mark them for prosecution or rough treatment if captured. This knowledge created a perverse incentive. Soldiers who might otherwise surrender concluded they had nothing to lose by fighting to the end, because capture might mean trial and execution anyway. The Nazi system had created a feedback loop, where committing atrocities made soldiers more likely to continue fighting because they had burned bridges to any alternative. The role of leadership in sustaining resistance deserves examination, because it reveals how charismatic authority can compensate for collapsing institutional structures. Kurt Meyer, despite being imprisoned by German military police in April for insubordination, had established personal loyalty among surviving cadre that kept the division functioning after formal command structure dissolved. Junior officers and NCOs who had served under Meyer continued organizing defensive operations, not because orders came from higher command. Those were increasingly fragmentary and contradictory, but because Meyer's previous leadership had established patterns they followed him from habit and respect. This phenomenon, where personal relationships substitute for institutional authority during organizational collapse, is well documented in military sociology. Armies do not simply disappear when defeated, they dissolve through stages as different cohesion mechanisms fail sequentially. Ideological commitment fails first, formal discipline fails next, but personal loyalties between soldiers and respected leaders can persist almost to the end. The 12th SS Panzer Division demonstrated this pattern clearly. By April, almost no one believed Nazi propaganda. Formal discipline was maintained only through threat of execution. But squad-level cohesion and respect for immediate leaders kept the remnants functioning as military units rather than disintegrating into refugees. The testimonies of survivors recorded decades later reveal complex, often contradictory, motivations that resist simple explanation. Men who continued fighting in April 1945 describe acting from combinations of unit loyalty, fear of consequences, inability to imagine alternatives, psychological momentum, and simple exhaustion that made active decision-making impossible. One 82-year-old veteran, interviewed in 2004, described the final weeks. "People ask why we did not surrender. I did not make a decision to keep fighting. I just did what I had been doing for 2 years. Followed orders, stayed with my squad, performed my duties. Stopping would have required a decision. Continuing required nothing." The statement reveals how behavioral momentum can substitute for active choice during extreme circumstances. These boys had been soldiers for months or years. Being a soldier was their identity, their social role, their daily reality. Stopping being a soldier required consciously choosing a new identity and new behaviors. It required agency. But agency itself had been stripped away by years of military conditioning that taught them to follow orders, suppress individual judgment, subordinate will to institutional demands. So, they continued doing what they had been doing, not from commitment, but from inability to imagine doing otherwise. The psychological damage extended beyond trauma to encompass a kind of learned automaticity, where complex human beings had been reduced to organisms that performed military functions without the conscious deliberation that usually precedes action. The question, why did they fight, thus resists any single answer. They fought from unit loyalty and ideological residue, and fear of punishment and concern for families and cognitive dissonance, and absence of alternatives and behavioral momentum and leadership influence and simple confusion about what else to do when the world was ending. They fought for good, reasons and bad reasons, from noble motivations and ignoble fears, from choice and from absence of choice. What united the various motivations was that none of them, by April 1945, included genuine belief that fighting would lead to German victory. These were not fanatics dying for ideology. These were traumatized teenagers caught in psychological traps of varying kinds, kept in the line by a complex web of social, institutional, and cognitive factors that made alternatives seem impossible, even when fighting was obviously futile. Understanding their continued resistance requires recognizing that human beings rarely act from single, clear motivations, that decisions made under extreme stress follow different logic than choices made in calm reflection, and that conditioning applied during formative years creates patterns that persist even when the beliefs that generated them have collapsed. The 12th SS Panzer Division fought to the end, not because indoctrination worked perfectly, but because it worked imperfectly in ways that trapped boys between competing psychological imperatives, leaving them with no good options and defaulting to the behaviors drilled into them through years of training. They were neither heroes nor villains in those final weeks. They were victims of a system that had weaponized their youth, and they continued performing their assigned function because they had been manufactured to do so, and because dismantling that programming required resources, time, safety, psychological space, that did not exist while the world burned down around them. Nuremberg, Germany, November 1945. The courtroom is packed with journalists, military observers, and legal experts from a dozen nations as the International Military Tribunal prepares to hear testimony about Nazi war crimes. But in a side chamber, prosecutors are conducting a quieter debate that never makes it into the main trial record. They are arguing about how to classify the teenage SS soldiers captured during the German collapse. Are they perpetrators or victims? Should 16-year-olds who murdered prisoners of war be prosecuted as war criminals, or should they be classified as child soldiers manipulated by adults? The lead American prosecutor argues that age does not absolve war crimes. Murder is murder, regardless of perpetrator age. The British representative counters that prosecuting children sets a dangerous precedent and that the real criminals are the leaders who militarized German youth. The debate continues for hours without resolution because the prosecutors have stumbled into a question that international law in 1945 is not equipped to answer. What is the moral and legal status of children who commit atrocities while serving in organized military forces? The 12th SS Panzer Division, with its teenage killers and its teenage victims, forces this question into the light. The answers developed over subsequent decades will shape international law, child protection policy, and fundamental concepts of culpability and responsibility. But in November 1945, everyone is improvising. The international legal framework in 1945 contained almost nothing addressing child soldiers because the concept barely existed in formal international law. The Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907 established laws of war but set no minimum age for combatants. The Geneva Conventions of 1929 protected prisoners of war but did not address age-based distinctions. The League of Nations had established 15 as minimum age for industrial employment through the International Labor Organization, but this standard was economic rather than military. Nazi Germany had violated no treaty by recruiting 16-year-olds into the Waffen-SS because international law was silent on the subject. This legal vacuum created profound problems for post-war justice. Prosecutors wanted to try SS soldiers for war crimes, but many SS soldiers had been 14, 15, or 16 when they committed murders. Could a 15-year-old be held to the same legal standard as an adult? Did adolescent brain development, a concept barely understood in 1945, affect culpability? The questions were not abstract. Approximately 4,500 former 12th SS Panzer Division soldiers were in Allied custody by war's end, and evidence connected the division to at least 134 documented murders of prisoners. Someone had pulled those triggers. Many of them had been children when they did so. The solution prosecutors ultimately adopted revealed pragmatism overwhelming principle. They decided to prosecute commanders and officers while generally exempting enlisted soldiers who had been under 18 at the time of alleged crimes. Kurt Meyer faced trial for command responsibility for prisoner murders. Other officers were charged with specific atrocities, but the teenage triggermen were mostly released after interrogation, classified as followers rather than perpetrators, victims of indoctrination rather than criminal actors in their own right. This approach was never formally articulated as policy. It emerged through individual prosecutorial decisions and created de facto age-based immunity. The logic was partly humanitarian, reflecting discomfort with trying children for crimes committed under military discipline and ideological conditioning. But it was also practical. Prosecuting thousands of teenagers would require massive resources, generate negative publicity about Allied treatment of children, and accomplish little deterrent effect, since these defendants would never serve in armies again. So, they were released, sent home, left to process their experiences without the judicial reckoning that might have forced confrontation with what they had done. This decision, though understandable, created a precedent. Child soldiers could commit atrocities with near impunity as long as adult leadership bore formal responsibility. The precedent would haunt international justice for decades. Modern neuroscience has established what 1940s prosecutors could only intuit. Adolescent brains are fundamentally different from adult brains in ways that affect judgment, impulse control, and moral reasoning. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive function and complex decision-making, does not fully mature until the mid-20s. Teenagers are neurologically more susceptible to peer pressure, less capable of long-term planning, more influenced by immediate emotional states, and less able to resist authority figures. This is not moral relativism, but biological fact, confirmed through brain imaging studies conducted decades after the war. The boys of the 12th SS Panzer Division were operating with brains that had been subjected to years of systematic indoctrination during the precise developmental window when humans are most vulnerable to ideological programming. They made choices to follow orders, to shoot prisoners, to participate in atrocities. But those choices were made by brains that lacked the neurological infrastructure for fully autonomous moral reasoning. This does not absolve them, but it complicates any simple assignment of responsibility. An adult who murders a prisoner makes a calculated choice to violate moral and legal norms he understands. A 16-year-old who murders a prisoner is following orders from authority figures whose legitimacy he has been conditioned since age 10 to accept as absolute, using a brain not yet capable of sophisticated ethical reasoning in an environment where questioning orders means execution. The moral calculus is simply different. The comparison between the 12th SS Panzer Division and modern child soldier cases illuminates both similarities and differences that challenge simplistic narratives. Contemporary child soldiers, recruited by irregular forces in conflicts across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, undergo processes disturbingly similar to Hitler Youth indoctrination: removal from families, immersion in ideological training, participation in violence that desensitizes them to killing, formation of identity around military role. The parallels are sufficiently strong that child protection organizations explicitly cite Nazi youth militarization as historical precedent when advocating for protections for modern child soldiers. But crucial differences exist. Modern child soldiers typically come from impoverished, unstable societies where state structures have collapsed. The Hitlerjugend came from an industrialized nation-state with sophisticated educational infrastructure deliberately weaponized to produce juvenile warriors. Modern child soldiers often serve in irregular forces operating outside international law. The 12th SS Panzer Division was part of Germany's official military, subject to military law and chain of command. These differences matter for assessing responsibility. A 10-year-old kidnapped by the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda and forced to kill is clearly a victim. A 17-year-old who volunteers for the Waffen-SS after years of Hitler Youth membership occupies more ambiguous moral territory. Both are children. Both have been manipulated. But degree of choice differs, and degree of choice matters for moral and legal assessment. The evolution of international law in response to child soldier concerns traces directly to World War II experiences, including the 12th SS case. The 1949 Geneva Conventions, drafted in immediate aftermath of the war, included provisions requiring that children under 15 take no part in hostilities, the first explicit international legal protection against child military recruitment. But 15 was chosen as a compromise. Many nations wanted 18, reflecting emerging understanding that adolescence extended well beyond traditional definitions of childhood, but others argued that 15 balanced protection with state recruitment needs. The additional protocols of 1977 raised the minimum age to 15 for all military recruitment and required that when recruiting 15 to 18-year-olds, priority be given to oldest. The Rome Statute of 1998, establishing the International Criminal Court, classified recruiting children under 15 as a war crime. The optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, adopted in 2000, established 18 as minimum age for direct participation in hostilities. This progression from no protection to comprehensive prohibition took 55 years and was driven by cases like the Hitlerjugend that demonstrated the catastrophic consequences of militarizing children. The law evolved because the 12th SS Panzer Division provided undeniable evidence that children could be systematically transformed into perpetrators and that preventing such transformations required legal prohibitions, not just moral exhortation. The philosophical question of child soldier culpability divides experts who study atrocity and remains unresolved because it touches fundamental questions about agency, responsibility, and human nature. One camp argues that capacity for moral reasoning is prerequisite for culpability, that holding someone responsible requires they could have chosen otherwise, and that children subjected to systematic indoctrination and military discipline lack meaningful choice. Therefore, child soldiers are victims regardless of what actions they committed, and prosecution should focus exclusively on adults who created the system. The opposing camp argues that accepting this logic creates moral hazard by granting impunity to perpetrators based solely on age, that even children have moral agency that must be acknowledged, and that failure to hold child soldiers accountable sends a message that atrocities can be committed with impunity by using juvenile perpetrators. Both positions have merit, and neither is fully satisfying. A 16-year-old who murders prisoners has agency. He could have refused, accepted execution, attempted escape, but that agency is constrained by neurology, conditioning, institutional pressure, and absence of moral education that might have established internal resistance to authority. How much constraint is sufficient to eliminate culpability? The question admits no universal answer because reasonable people weigh agency versus constraint differently. What seems clear from the 12th SS case is that treating teenage perpetrators identically to adults fails to acknowledge developmental realities, while treating them purely as victims fails to acknowledge that they made choices, however constrained, and that those choices had consequences for which some accounting is necessary. The survivors' own perspectives on their culpability, recorded in interviews conducted decades after the war, reveal psychological complexity that resists categorization. Some veterans expressed complete rejection of responsibility, arguing they were children following orders and could not have acted differently. Others acknowledged participation in atrocities while attributing responsibility to indoctrination and military discipline rather than personal choice. A smaller number expressed genuine remorse and accepted that they bore moral responsibility for actions taken even under coercion and conditioning. One veteran, interviewed in 2008, stated, "I was 16 and following orders, but I knew murder was wrong. Every human knows murder is wrong. I chose to follow orders. I have to live with that choice." The statement captures the tension between constraint and agency that characterizes child soldier culpability. Yes, he was 16. Yes, he was following orders. Yes, his entire education had conditioned him to obey. But he also made a choice, however circumscribed, and he recognizes that choice as morally significant. This position, acknowledging mitigating factors while accepting residual responsibility, represents a mature ethical stance that most veterans never reached. Many died without ever confronting their actions. Others justified their behavior through denial or deflection, even in old age. The variety of responses underscores that child soldiers are not psychologically uniform. They respond to similar experiences in different ways, develop differently as they mature, and reach different conclusions about their own culpability based on temperament, subsequent experiences, and moral frameworks developed after leaving military service. The policy implications of the child soldier question extend far beyond historical assessment of the 12th SS Panzer Division. Approximately 250,000 to 300,000 children currently serve in armed forces or armed groups worldwide, according to United Nations estimates. They participate in conflicts across Myanmar, Somalia, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Yemen, and elsewhere. These children commit atrocities, murder, rape, torture, under circumstances similar in essential respects to the Hitlerjugend experience: systematic recruitment, ideological or religious indoctrination, military training, participation in violence, formation of identity around combatant role. How the international community responds to these children determines both their futures and the futures of communities where they will eventually return. Purely punitive approaches that treat child soldiers as criminals produce traumatized adults who cannot reintegrate into society. Purely therapeutic approaches that deny any moral agency risk, creating impunity that encourages armed groups to use children precisely because they face no consequences. The optimal approach, developed through trial and error over decades, combines acknowledgement of victimization with accountability measures appropriate to age and circumstance, truth and reconciliation processes, community-based rehabilitation, education, psychological treatment, and in extreme cases, juvenile justice procedures that differ from adult criminal prosecution. This nuanced approach was not available in 1945. The 12th SS Panzer Division survivors were simply released, left to process trauma and guilt without structured support, producing outcomes ranging from successful reintegration to lifelong psychological dysfunction to suicide to complete denial. The legacy of the 12th SS Panzer Division for the child soldier question is thus bitterly instructive. It demonstrated that children can be systematically manufactured into effective killers through systematic indoctrination and training. It proved that child soldiers can commit atrocities comparable to adult perpetrators. It revealed that simply releasing child soldiers after conflict without addressing psychological damage and moral education produces damaged adults who struggle with reintegration. And it highlighted the inadequacy of international law and policy frameworks that had evolved to address adult combatants but had no conceptual apparatus for addressing children in military roles. The 75 years since the division's destruction have seen halting progress toward better legal frameworks and policy approaches, driven by recognition that what happened to the Hitlerjugend soldiers, both what was done to them and what they did, must not be allowed to continue. But progress remains incomplete. Child soldiers still serve in conflicts worldwide. International law still struggles to balance protection and accountability. And societies still have not answered satisfactorily the question that the 12th SS Panzer Division forces us to confront. When a child commits atrocity, who is truly responsible? The child who pulled the trigger? The adults who put the gun in his hands? The society that created the conditions making militarization possible? Or all of the above in proportions we lack the moral clarity to specify? Ardennes Abbey, Normandy, June 11, 1944. Canadian military police investigators are examining a garden behind the abbey that serves as headquarters for the 25th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment. What they find will become evidence in one of the war's most significant war crimes trials. 20 bodies, all Canadian soldiers from the North Nova Scotia Highlanders and Sherbrooke Fusiliers, buried in shallow graves. The forensic examination reveals that all victims were killed by close-range gunshots to the head. Execution style, not combat casualties. Documents recovered from the abbey, combined with testimony from French civilians and surviving Canadian prisoners, establish a clear pattern. German SS soldiers captured these Canadians during the fighting on June 7th and 8th. The prisoners were taken to Ardennes Abbey. Over subsequent days, they were brought into the garden in small groups and shot. One victim was a 19-year-old from Nova Scotia who had been in combat for 36 hours before capture. His last letter home, written before the invasion, talked about seeing France and coming home to help his father with the farm. He never saw France beyond the few kilometers between Juno Beach and the garden where he was murdered. The executions at Ardennes Abbey were not isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern that would characterize the 12th SS Panzer Division throughout its service, a pattern of treating surrender not as legitimate military option, but as opportunity for murder. The scope of documented war crimes attributable to the 12th SS Panzer Division expanded throughout 1944 as Allied investigators compiled evidence from multiple sites. Beyond Ardennes Abbey, massacre sites were identified at Authy, Biron, Moulins, and Château d'Audrieux in Normandy. During the Ardennes offensive in December, additional murders of American prisoners occurred in Belgium, though precise attribution to specific units was complicated by the chaos of the offensive. In Hungary during March 1945, evidence suggested further executions of Soviet prisoners and Hungarian civilians accused of partisan activity. The total count of confirmed murders, meaning cases where bodies were recovered, identities established, and reasonable attribution to 12th SS Panzer Division soldiers was documented, reached at least 134 Allied prisoners of war, plus an indeterminate number of civilians. The actual total was almost certainly higher, including victims whose bodies were never recovered, prisoners killed during the chaotic retreat from Falaise, and murders that occurred without witnesses or documentation. War crimes investigators assessed that prisoner executions were not aberrational but formed a persistent pattern throughout the division's service, suggesting systematic rather than isolated criminal behavior. The motivations behind the murders were complex and disturbing, reflecting the interaction between ideological conditioning, combat stress, tactical calculation, and simple cruelty. Some killings appear to have resulted from ideological hatred. Prisoners murdered because SS soldiers had been taught that enemy soldiers were racially inferior and therefore expendable. Canadian and British prisoners received somewhat better treatment than Soviet prisoners, suggesting that Nazi racial hierarchy influenced which enemies were considered human enough to deserve quarter. Other murders were tactical, officers ordering executions of wounded prisoners who would slow down movement or require resources to guard during rapid operations. The division's emphasis on mobility and aggressive tactics created situations where prisoners were viewed as logistical burdens to be eliminated rather than protected under laws of war. Still, other killings stemmed from revenge, real or imagined. SS soldiers claimed that Canadians had killed German prisoners first, citing this as justification for reciprocal murders. Evidence for widespread Canadian atrocities against SS prisoners is thin. Most documented cases involve individual soldiers killed during confused combat rather than systematic execution of prisoners after capture. But belief in enemy atrocities, whether factually grounded or not, created psychological permission structure for SS soldiers to commit murders they might otherwise have hesitated to perform. The ideological framework supporting prisoner murder was explicitly taught during training and reinforced through unit culture. The SS Indoctrination program taught that Geneva Conventions were bourgeois sentimentality, that racial warfare required ruthlessness, that compassion for enemies was weakness. These lessons were not subtle suggestions, but explicit instruction in moral relativism that elevated tactical advantage and ideological purity above humanitarian law. Some officers went further, directly ordering or encouraging prisoner executions. Kurt Meyer, the division commander, was accused at his trial of having issued verbal orders that no prisoners are to be taken, orders he denied, but which multiple witnesses claimed to have heard. Whether formal orders were issued or not, the division's culture clearly communicated that prisoner execution would not be punished and might be rewarded. Soldiers who killed prisoners faced no disciplinary consequences. Officers who protested executions were marginalized or transferred. The institutional message was unambiguous. Killing prisoners was permissible, possibly desirable, and certainly would not result in negative consequences for the perpetrator. This environment transformed the decision to commit murder from an extraordinary moral choice requiring courage to violate orders into an ordinary tactical option requiring no particular boldness to execute. The role of combat stress and trauma in producing atrocities deserves examination without becoming excuse. Multiple studies of war crimes across conflicts have established that extreme combat conditions increase likelihood of atrocities by degrading moral reasoning, reducing inhibitions through brutalization, and creating environments where violence becomes normalized. The 12th SS Panzer Division operated under extreme stress, constant combat, high casualties, insufficient sleep, inadequate rations, exposure to graphic violence, conditions known to increase aggression and reduce empathy. Boys who had watched friends killed in combat were psychologically primed to view enemies as deserving death, regardless of combatant status. The fear and anger produced by exposure to combat made killing easier and moral hesitation harder. But acknowledging that trauma contributed to atrocities is different from claiming trauma caused atrocities in deterministic fashion. Many soldiers subjected to identical stress did not commit war crimes. Many units fighting under similar conditions maintained discipline and respected prisoners. The 12th SS Panzer Division's rate of prisoner execution exceeded that of comparable German units, suggesting that stress alone cannot explain the pattern. The combination of ideological conditioning that delegitimized humanitarian norms, institutional culture that tacitly approved murder, and combat stress that degraded moral reasoning created conditions where atrocities became probable, though not inevitable. Individual soldiers still made choices, however constrained those choices were by circumstance and conditioning. The Canadian government's decision to prosecute SS officers for war crimes reflected both justice concerns and political pressure from public opinion outraged by murdered prisoners. The trials, conducted by Canadian military courts rather than international tribunals, began in December 1945 and continued through 1948. Kurt Meyer, as division commander during the Normandy period, when most massacres occurred, became the highest-profile defendant. Other defendants included company commanders and platoon leaders directly implicated in specific murders. The prosecution faced significant evidentiary challenges. Many potential witnesses were dead. Documentary evidence was sparse because the division had destroyed most records during the retreat from France. Survivors' memories were unreliable after months of combat and trauma. The prosecution relied heavily on testimony from captured SS soldiers who agreed to testify in exchange for immunity, creating questions about credibility when witnesses had incentives to minimize their own roles while implicating superiors. Despite these difficulties, prosecutors compiled sufficient evidence to bring charges in 21 cases, with convictions secured in all but 3 trials. The sentences ranged from 2 years, imprisonment to death, with most defendants receiving terms of 10 to 20 years. Kurt Meyer's trial, which began on December 10, 1945, became the most significant war crimes prosecution conducted by Canadian authorities. Meyer faced 5 charges related to responsibility for murder of 27 Canadian prisoners at Ardennes Abbey, Authie, and other locations. The prosecution's theory was command responsibility, that Meyer, as divisional commander, bore legal accountability for crimes committed by subordinates under his command. They presented evidence that Meyer had been present at or near massacre sites, that he had issued orders that could be interpreted as authorization for prisoner executions, and that he had failed to prevent or punish murders committed by his troops. Meyer's defense argued that he had no knowledge of the killings, that combat conditions made close supervision impossible, that individual soldiers had acted independently in violation of his orders, and that he had maintained the highest standards of military honor. The defense also attempted to introduce evidence of alleged Canadian atrocities, arguing that any German crimes were responses to enemy violations of laws of war. The Canadian military court rejected this tu quoque defense, ruling that enemy violations did not justify German crimes. After 4 weeks of testimony, the court found Meyer guilty on 2 of 5 charges, sentencing him to death by firing squad. The commutation of Meyer's sentence from death to life imprisonment, announced in January 1946, sparked controversy that persists in historical debate. Canadian government officials justified the commutation on grounds that Meyer had been young, had fought bravely, had cooperated during trial, and that execution of a soldier for crimes committed by subordinates set dangerous precedent. Political pressure from former Wehrmacht officers, some of whom had developed relationships with Allied counterparts during the immediate post-war period, also influenced the decision. Critics argued that commuting the sentence sent a message that command responsibility for war crimes would not be taken seriously, that SS officers could escape consequences for systematic atrocities by claiming ignorance. Meyer served 9 years of his life sentence, being released in 1954 after Canadian authorities concluded that continued imprisonment served no purpose. He returned to Germany, where he lived quietly until his death in 1961 at age 51, never expressing public remorse for the murders committed by troops under his command. His autobiography, published posthumously, defended his actions and portrayed himself as professional soldier, unfairly prosecuted for crimes committed in heat of combat. The controversy surrounding Meyer's case illustrated the fundamental challenges of war crimes prosecution: difficulty of establishing knowledge and intent, ambiguity of command responsibility doctrine, political pressures that influence judicial outcomes, and persistent questions about whether justice was served. The treatment of lower-ranking perpetrators, the soldiers who actually pulled triggers, revealed the selective nature of post-war justice. Of the hundreds of 12th SS Panzer Division soldiers who participated in prisoner executions, only 21 faced trial, and most of those were NCOs or junior officers rather than teenage enlisted men who had committed murders under orders. The rationale combined practical and humanitarian concerns. Prosecuting hundreds of teenagers would require massive resources and generate negative publicity about prosecuting child soldiers. Evidence against individual enlisted men was often insufficient to support conviction beyond reasonable doubt, and there was genuine uncertainty about how to assess culpability for murders committed by 16-year-olds following orders from trusted authority figures after years of systematic indoctrination. So the vast majority of teenage killers were simply released, some after months in POW camps, others after perfunctory interrogation. They returned to civilian life carrying knowledge of what they had done, carrying trauma from what they had experienced, and carrying questions about responsibility that the justice system had declined to answer. Some would spend decades wrestling with guilt. Others would rationalize their actions and refuse to acknowledge wrongdoing. But almost none would face legal accountability for having murdered prisoners of war. The long-term impact of the division's war crimes extended beyond individual cases to shape how the Waffen-SS was remembered and treated in post-war Germany. The Wehrmacht cultivated a myth of clean fighting, claiming that war crimes were aberrations committed by the SS while regular army units maintained honor and discipline. This myth was largely false. Wehrmacht units committed extensive atrocities, particularly on the Eastern Front. But the SS's documented crimes, including those of the 12th SS Panzer Division, made the Wehrmacht's mythology easier to sustain by providing contrast. The SS became repository for German guilt, the organization onto which all wartime criminality could be projected, allowing former Wehrmacht soldiers to construct narratives of honorable service despite the reality that Wehrmacht and SS had collaborated in crimes across Europe. The 12th SS Panzer Division's atrocities thus served a symbolic function in post-war German memory, proof that some German forces had indeed been criminal, which paradoxically allowed belief that other forces had been untainted. This myth complicated reconciliation and historical understanding for decades, as German society struggled to confront the reality that criminality was not confined to the SS, but permeated German military institutions. The division's war crimes became both evidence of Nazi criminality and, perversely, excuse for minimizing the breadth of German military participation in atrocity. The question that haunts examination of the 12th SS Panzer Division's war crimes is whether different training and leadership could have prevented the atrocities. The answer appears to be yes, with important caveats. Other German units fighting in Normandy, including some SS formations, did not develop patterns of systematic prisoner execution comparable to the 12th SS. This suggests that the division's crimes resulted not from inevitable features of combat, but from specific choices about training, culture, and discipline. If the division had emphasized respect for Geneva Conventions, if officers had punished prisoner executions rather than ignoring them, if the ideological training had not delegitimized humanitarian norms, the murder rate would likely have been dramatically lower. But different training would have meant fundamentally different organization. A unit that was not the Hitlerjugend, was not built on fanatical indoctrination, did not recruit from the most extreme Nazi youth cohorts. The war crimes and the division's identity were intertwined. You could not have one without the other, because the same factors that made the division tactically effective, fanaticism, ideological commitment, willingness to accept extreme violence, also made atrocities more probable. The Nazi system had created a weapon that could not be wielded without criminal side effects. The choice was not between effective humane soldiers and effective criminal soldiers. The choice was between the Hitlerjugend as it was, tactically formidable and criminally inclined, or something entirely different that would not have served the purposes Nazi leadership intended. They chose tactical effectiveness over humanitarian law. The murdered prisoners were the cost of that choice. Aurich, Germany, December 10, 1945. The makeshift courtroom is a requisitioned school building, its walls still bearing faded educational posters about German grammar and mathematics. But the atmosphere inside is anything but academic. SS Brigadeführer Kurt Meyer, 35 years old, enters the room in uniform stripped of insignia, escorted by Canadian military police. His bearing is ramrod straight, his expression carefully neutral, betraying nothing of whatever emotions might be churning beneath. He is the youngest divisional commander in German military history, holder of the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords, veteran of Poland, France, the Balkans, and Russia, before even taking command of the Hitlerjugend. He is also accused of responsibility for the murder of Canadian prisoners of war, crimes that could see him executed by firing squad before his 36th birthday. The 5 Canadian military officers who will judge him sit behind a table at the room's front, their faces showing the professional detachment that military justice requires. But outside the courtroom, Canadian public opinion is less measured. Newspapers have already convicted Meyer in print, describing him as the Butcher of Normandy and demanding his execution. The trial that begins today will attempt to answer a question central to post-war justice. Can a commander be held criminally responsible for atrocities committed by soldiers under his command, even if he did not personally participate or issue explicit orders? The answer will help define the concept of command responsibility that shapes international criminal law to the present day. The charges against Meyer were specific, and carefully constructed to avoid legal ambiguity. He was accused under 5 counts of responsibility for the murder of 27 identified Canadian prisoners, 7 soldiers killed at Ardennes on June 7, 1944, 11 killed at Ardennes Abbey on various dates in June, and 9 killed at other locations under his command authority. The prosecution's legal theory was that Meyer bore criminal responsibility either through direct participation in the murders, through issuance of orders that authorized killings, or through failure to prevent crimes he knew or should have known were being committed by his subordinates. This third category, responsibility through failure to prevent, represented the most legally complex aspect of the case. Military commanders have never been required to personally oversee every subordinate action. But at what point does failure to prevent crimes cross the line from poor leadership to criminal culpability? The prosecution argued that Meyer had created an institutional culture that tacitly encouraged prisoner executions, had failed to investigate murders brought to his attention, and had made no effort to discipline subordinates who committed atrocities. Even if he never explicitly ordered killings, his deliberate inaction constituted criminal responsibility. The defense would contest every element of this theory. The prosecution's case opened with testimony from surviving Canadian prisoners who described the circumstances of capture and the murders they witnessed. Lieutenant Thomas Windsor of the North Nova Scotia Highlanders testified that he had been captured near Othie on June 7th, along with approximately 20 other Canadians. They were marched under guard to a field behind German lines, where SS soldiers separated wounded prisoners from the able-bodied. Windsor watched as wounded men were taken aside and shot. He survived only because an SS sergeant protested the executions and arranged for some prisoners to be sent to POW camps instead of being killed immediately. His testimony established that executions occurred and that at least some SS personnel were present and knew about the killings. The defense's cross-examination attempted to discredit Windsor by questioning his ability to identify specific perpetrators. Could he really distinguish between different SS units in the chaos of combat? Had he seen Meyer personally? Windsor admitted he had not seen the division commander, but insisted that the soldiers who guarded him wore the distinctive Hitlerjugend insignia, and that he had overheard conversations referencing Meyer's orders about prisoners. The exchange illustrated the prosecution's core evidentiary problem. Connecting specific murders to Meyer's command responsibility required establishing chains of causation through testimony that was necessarily fragmentary and sometimes contradictory. The most damaging testimony came from former SS soldiers who had agreed to testify in exchange for immunity from prosecution. John Jesionek, a Polish conscript who had served in the 25th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, testified that he had witnessed Meyer at Ardennes Abbey during the period when prisoners were being held there before execution. Jesionek claimed he had heard Meyer tell subordinates that prisoners are a burden and that measures should be taken to deal with them. Under cross-examination, Jesionek admitted he had not personally heard Meyer order executions explicitly and acknowledged that phrases like measures should be taken were ambiguous, but he insisted that everyone present understood the statement as authorization for killing prisoners. The defense attacked Jesionek's credibility by highlighting his Polish nationality. Was he motivated by ethnic hatred of Germans? His immunity agreement, did he have incentive to implicate Meyer to save himself? His admitted participation in war crimes, why should the court believe a confessed murderer? But Jesionek's testimony, corroborated by other witnesses who placed Meyer near massacre sites and reported similar ambiguous statements, created circumstantial evidence that Meyer had at minimum known about prisoner executions and done nothing to prevent them. Meyer's defense strategy combined outright denial with appeals to military honor and the chaos of combat. His attorney, a German lawyer approved by Canadian authorities, argued that Meyer had been an exemplary commander who maintained strict discipline and explicitly ordered his troops to respect Geneva Conventions. The defense presented Meyer's own testimony, in which he denied issuing orders to kill prisoners, denied knowledge of specific executions, and denied creating any culture that condoned atrocities. Meyer portrayed himself as a professional soldier caught in circumstances beyond his control, commanding teenagers in desperate combat against overwhelming odds, unable to personally supervise every action, betrayed by individual soldiers who violated his orders. He acknowledged that war crimes had occurred, but attributed them to rogue individuals acting independently, not to command climate he had created. His testimony was calm, detailed, and largely plausible. He described the fog of war, the communications difficulties during Normandy fighting, the impossibility of knowing everything occurring across a division-sized sector. The portrait he painted was of a competent commander doing his best under impossible circumstances, unfairly blamed for crimes he had neither ordered nor condoned nor known about until Canadian investigators informed him during captivity. The prosecution's rebuttal focused on what Meyer should have known, rather than what he claimed to know. They presented evidence that prisoner executions had occurred repeatedly across multiple locations over multiple weeks, a pattern suggesting systematic behavior rather than isolated incidents. They argued that a competent commander with functioning intelligence and military police should have discovered these crimes through normal oversight. Meyer's claimed ignorance was either incompetence rising to criminal negligence or deliberate willful blindness. The prosecution also attacked Meyer's character, presenting evidence that he had been a committed Nazi since the party's early days, that he had served in SS formations known for atrocities on the Eastern Front, that his military philosophy emphasized ruthlessness over restraint. They quoted from his speeches to subordinates about hardness and ruthlessness being required virtues, arguing that this rhetoric created the cultural permission structure for atrocities. Even if Meyer never said "kill prisoners" explicitly, his constant emphasis on ruthless prosecution of war communicated that humanitarian concerns were subordinate to tactical advantage. The prosecution's closing argument distilled the case to a simple proposition: commanders who create cultures of brutality, who ignore evidence of crimes, who fail to investigate or punish atrocities, bear criminal responsibility for the predictable consequences of their leadership. The verdict, delivered on December 28th after 4 weeks of trial, found Meyer guilty on 2 charges and acquitted him on 3. The court concluded that Meyer bore command responsibility for murders at Ardennes Abbey and 1 other location, but that evidence was insufficient to establish his responsibility for killings at Authy and other sites. The legal reasoning emphasized Meyer's presence near massacre sites during the relevant time periods, testimony about his ambiguous statements that could be interpreted as authorizing executions, and his failure to investigate or prevent a pattern of crimes he should have known was occurring. The court rejected Meyer's defense that he was ignorant of the murders, concluding that willful blindness to obvious criminal patterns constituted criminal negligence, even if Meyer never issued explicit orders to kill prisoners. The death sentence that accompanied the guilty verdict reflected the court's conclusion that command responsibility for murder of prisoners of war was among the gravest military crimes, warranting ultimate punishment. Meyer showed no visible reaction as sentence was pronounced, maintaining the disciplined composure that had characterized his demeanor throughout trial, but observers noted that his hands trembled slightly as military police led him from courtroom back to custody. The commutation of Meyer's death sentence to life imprisonment, announced on January 15, 1946, generated immediate controversy. Canadian veterans organizations protested vehemently, arguing that Meyer had gotten away with murder, that command responsibility was meaningless if it did not result in execution for commanders whose troops murdered prisoners. Some Canadian newspapers accused the government of weakness, of bowing to pressure from former German officers who had lobbied for clemency. The official rationale emphasized Meyer's age. 35 was young for a general officer, his cooperation during trial, and concerns about setting precedent by executing a commander for subordinates' crimes absent direct evidence that he personally ordered murders. But political considerations also influenced the decision. By early 1946, the Cold War was emerging. Western allies were beginning to view Germany as potential ally against Soviet Union, and executing German officers for war crimes was becoming politically complicated. Meyer's commutation reflected this shifting geopolitical context. Justice for murdered Canadian soldiers was being subordinated to strategic considerations about post-war European order. Meyer himself expressed no gratitude for the clemency, maintaining in private correspondence that he had done nothing wrong and that his conviction was victor's justice rather than legitimate legal proceeding. Meyer's imprisonment lasted 9 years, from December 1945 through his release in September 1954. He served initially in British military prisons, then in German civilian prisons after the Western Allies transferred authority to West German government. Prison records indicate he was a model prisoner, disciplined, cooperative, causing no disturbances. He read extensively, studied history and political philosophy, and maintained correspondence with former comrades and supporters who worked for his release. The campaign to free Meyer intensified in the early 1950s as Cold War tensions made former Wehrmacht officers valuable assets for West German rearmament. Veterans organizations argued that Meyer had been unfairly prosecuted, that he was professional soldier rather than war criminal, that his continued imprisonment served no purpose. Canadian authorities initially resisted these appeals, but by 1954, the political calculus had shifted sufficiently that continued detention seemed counterproductive. Meyer was released on parole after serving approximately one-third of his life sentence. The decision generated renewed protests from Canadian veterans, but their voices carried less weight in the political climate of the mid-1950s than they had in immediate post-war period. Meyer's post-release life was quiet, almost deliberately anonymous. He returned to his hometown in Germany, worked in brewing industry, avoided public appearances and political involvement. He gave no interviews, made no speeches, maintained low profile. But privately, he worked on an autobiography that would be published after his death in 1961 from a heart attack at age 51. Grenadiers, published in 1964, presented Meyer's version of events, a narrative in which he was honorable soldier, prosecuted by vengeful victors for crimes committed by individual soldiers beyond his control. The book minimized the 12th SS Panzer Division's atrocities, portrayed Meyer as victim of injustice, and defended the Waffen-SS as military organization unfairly stigmatized for political reasons. The autobiography became controversial among historians, who noted its selective memory, its minimization of SS war crimes, and its self-serving portrayal of Meyer as professional soldier rather than Nazi ideologue. But the book also provided insight into how former SS officers processed their experiences, not through acknowledgement of criminality, but through construction of alternative narratives that preserved self-image as honorable warriors caught in circumstances beyond their control. Meyer went to his grave apparently believing he had done nothing wrong, that the murders committed by his division were regrettable but not his responsibility, that his prosecution was political persecution rather than justice for war crimes. The legacy of Meyer's trial extends beyond the individual case to shape fundamental concepts of command responsibility in international criminal law. The principle that commanders bear criminal responsibility for subordinates' crimes, even absent direct orders, was codified in subsequent legal frameworks, including the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia, International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, and International Criminal Court. These institutions rely on command responsibility doctrine to prosecute military leaders for mass atrocities committed by forces under their command. The legal standard requires proving that commanders knew or should have known about crimes, had effective control over perpetrators, and failed to prevent or punish criminal conduct. Meyer's conviction established that commanders cannot escape accountability through deliberate ignorance, that failure to investigate obvious criminal patterns constitutes negligence rising to criminal culpability, and that creating institutional cultures that tacitly encourage atrocities makes commanders responsible for predictable outcomes. These principles, controversial in 1945, are now firmly established in international law, but application remains contested. How much must a commander know? What constitutes effective control in complex military organizations? How do we assess whether prevention was possible? The questions Meyer's trial raised remain central to prosecuting military leadership for war crimes. The psychological impact on participants in Meyer's trial, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, witnesses, reveals the human cost of conducting war crimes proceedings. Canadian prosecutors who compiled evidence about murdered prisoners described difficulty processing testimony about executions, nightmares about victims whose stories they investigated, anger at perceived leniency when Meyer's sentence was commuted. Defense attorneys struggled with representing a client whose guilt seemed obvious while maintaining commitment to principle that even accused war criminals deserve competent legal defense. Judges faced pressure from public opinion, demanding conviction while attempting to maintain impartiality and apply legal standards fairly. Witnesses who testified about atrocities they witnessed or participated in often suffered psychological consequences from recounting traumatic experiences. The trial was necessary for justice and accountability, but it extracted costs from everyone involved. This pattern, that war crimes proceedings are necessary but psychologically destructive for participants, characterizes every major trial from Nuremberg through the International Criminal Court. The pursuit of justice for atrocities requires people to immerse themselves in evidence of humanity's worst impulses, and that immersion leaves scars. Meyer's trial was among the first to demonstrate this dynamic. It would not be the last. Vienna, Austria, April 15, 1945. The city that once exemplified imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication is dying. Soviet artillery pounds the outer districts methodically, reducing centuries-old architecture to rubble with the systematic efficiency that characterizes Red Army operations. 17-year-old Heinrich Schroeder, loader in one of the 12th SS Panzer Division's few remaining Panthers, crouches in a basement shelter during a bombardment and realizes with perfect clarity that he is going to die. Not might die. That possibility has existed since Normandy. Will die. The certainty settles over him like a physical weight. His division, what remains of it, has been ordered to defend Vienna against Soviet forces advancing from Hungary. The Soviets have 3 armies converging on the city, supported by thousands of artillery pieces, aircraft, and tanks. The German defenders have exhausted units scraped together from the Eastern Front's wreckage, minimal ammunition, no air support, and no prospect of reinforcement. The mathematics are simple. Vienna will fall. Everyone defending it will die or be captured. The only question is how long the dying takes. When the barrage lifts and officers shout for the crews to man their vehicles, Schroeder climbs back into his Panther with movements that have become automatic through repetition. He does not think about why he follows orders when survival requires the opposite. He simply does what he has been trained to do, what he has been doing for months. Because imagining alternatives requires cognitive energy he no longer possesses. The 12th SS Panzer Division is no longer an effective fighting force. It is a collection of exhausted teenagers going through the motions of resistance while the Third Reich collapses around them. The division's deployment to Austria in April 1945 was strategic insanity masquerading as operational planning. With the Western Front disintegrating, with Berlin under direct threat from Soviet armies in Poland, German High Command committed the reconstituted 6th SS Panzer Army, including the 12th SS remnants, to operations around Vienna and Lake Balaton, ostensibly to protect Hungarian oil fields. The real motivation was ideological. Hitler could not psychologically accept retreat, could not prioritize resources rationally, could not make strategic decisions untainted by magical thinking about wonder weapons and Allied disunity that would somehow reverse Germany's fortunes. So, the army group that might have delayed Soviet advance toward Germany was instead committed to peripheral operations in Austria that accomplished nothing except generating casualties. The 12th SS Panzer Division rolled south, not because tactical situation justified commitment, but because Nazi leadership had divorced decision-making from military reality. The boys who had survived Normandy, the Ardennes, and the earlier Hungarian operations were being thrown into one final pointless battle. Many would not leave Austria alive. The fighting around Vienna demonstrated that even degraded and exhausted units could still inflict casualties when operating on defensive terrain that favored defenders. Soviet forces advancing into the city encountered prepared positions in substantial stone buildings, narrow streets that channeled attackers into killing zones, and defenders who understood that survival required making the assault so costly that Soviet commanders might seek easier objectives. The 12th SS Panzer Division, assigned to defend northern approaches to the city, held positions around Floridsdorf and other suburbs for 6 days, April 6th through 12th, before Soviet pressure forced withdrawal toward the city center. The defense was tactically competent, with tank destroyers positioned to ambush Soviet armor, infantry utilizing building basements for cover, and coordinated retreats to successive defensive lines. Soviet forces took approximately 5 days longer to secure northern Vienna than their operational plan anticipated, but the delay cost the 12th SS dearly. Approximately 800 casualties in less than a week, losses the division could not absorb given its depleted state. Equipment losses were proportionally worse. The few remaining Panthers and tank destroyers were destroyed or abandoned, due to mechanical failure and ammunition exhaustion. By April 13th, the division had effectively ceased to exist as armored formation and survived only as light infantry with minimal heavy weapons. The chaos of the Vienna battle obscured individual experiences in ways that made the human cost visible only through fragments. Schroeder, the panther loader who opened this chapter, was killed on April 10th when his tank was destroyed by a Soviet T-34 during a withdrawal through Floridsdorf. He was 17 years old and had been in military service for 7 months. His family would not learn of his death until 1947, when the Red Cross compiled casualty lists from incomplete German records. His body was never recovered or identified. He was presumably buried by Soviet forces in one of the mass graves dug for German dead and listed in records only as unknown German soldier, April 1945, Vienna. His story was utterly ordinary. Thousands of boys from the 12th SS and other German units died similar deaths in the war's final weeks. Anonymous, unmourned, except by immediate families, killed in battles that served no strategic purpose, fighting for a regime that had already lost. The tragedy was not that Schroeder died bravely or pointlessly. Those categories ceased to have meaning in the chaos of Germany's collapse. The tragedy was that he died at all, that the Nazi system's inability to admit defeat kept feeding children into combat when the war's outcome had been decided months earlier. The withdrawal from Vienna, conducted April 13th through 15th as Soviet forces completed their encirclement, marked the end of the 12th SS Panzer Division as organized military formation. The retreat was chaos barely distinguishable from rout, groups of soldiers moving west without clear orders, abandoning equipment when fuel ran out, scattering when Soviet aircraft strafed columns, occasionally fighting, when overtaken by pursuing forces, but more often simply fleeing. The division's command structure had disintegrated. Kurt Meyer had been imprisoned by German military police in late April for insubordination after protesting the Austria deployment as pointless sacrifice. His replacement, SS Standartenführer Hugo Krass, lacked the personal authority to maintain cohesion during collapse. Junior officers made independent decisions about whether to continue retreating or to hold positions, whether to destroy equipment or abandon it intact, whether to maintain military discipline or allow soldiers to flee toward American lines where capture might mean survival. Some units maintained coherence through the withdrawal and arrived at rally points west of Vienna, still organized as military formations. Others dissolved into refugee streams, with soldiers discarding uniforms, burning identification papers, attempting to blend into civilian population. The line between military retreat and civilian refugee movement blurred and then disappeared entirely. The conditions for soldiers during the final weeks combined physical misery with psychological breakdown. Food was scarce. The supply system had collapsed and units lived by foraging, requisitioning from Austrian civilians, and occasionally looting. Clean water was difficult to find in areas where infrastructure had been destroyed by combat. Medical care was effectively non-existent beyond field dressings applied by untrained soldiers to their own wounds. Exhaustion was universal. Soldiers had been in continuous operations since the Ardennes offensive began in December, 4 months of combat with minimal rest. Many were ill, suffering from infections that would have been treated in functional medical system, but instead festered untreated. The psychological strain of fighting for lost cause while experiencing visible collapse of German state broke many who had endured earlier campaigns. Soldiers who had maintained discipline through Normandy and the Ardennes simply quit, walking away from their units toward American lines or into Austrian countryside. Others continued following orders from mechanical habit, unable to imagine alternatives. A few maintained ideological commitment, convinced until the very end that some miracle would reverse Germany's fortunes. But most existed in a gray zone between these extremes, neither deserting nor believing, going through motions because stopping required decision they lacked energy to make. The final order dissolving the 12th SS Panzer Division was issued on May 7, 1945, one day before Germany's unconditional surrender. The division had been reduced to approximately 2,000 soldiers scattered across Austria, most of whom had not seen their units in days. The dissolution order, transmitted through fragmentary radio communications, authorized soldiers to surrender to nearest Allied forces or attempt to reach German territory to surrender there. For many, the order came as relief. Finally, permission to stop fighting, formal acknowledgement that continued resistance was pointless. But the order also created new dangers. German forces attempting to surrender to American units often had to traverse territory still held by disorganized German rearguard elements, SS field police still executing deserters, and German civilians angry at military for bringing destruction upon them. Some soldiers were killed by their own side while attempting to reach American lines. Others were captured by Soviet forces and faced years in POW camps or death during forced marches. The end of the war was not a moment, but a process that stretched across days and weeks, with different German units surrendering at different times to different Allied forces under wildly varying circumstances. For the 12th SS Panzer Division, the process meant scattered groups of teenagers stumbling toward whatever Allied forces they could find, hoping to survive the transition from combatant to prisoner. The surrender experiences varied dramatically based on which Allied forces German soldiers encountered. Those who reached American lines generally received correct treatment under Geneva Conventions. They were disarmed, interrogated, processed into POW camps, and eventually repatriated to Germany. The Americans, though not sympathetic to SS soldiers, treated prisoners professionally and protected them from summary execution or abuse. British forces behaved similarly, but soldiers captured by Soviet forces faced far harsher treatment. The Red Army, having endured 4 years of genocidal Nazi invasion, was not inclined toward mercy for SS soldiers. Some 12th S prisoners were executed after capture, despite Geneva Convention protections. Others were sent to Soviet labor camps in Central Asia or Siberia, where many died from overwork, malnutrition, and disease. A few were not released until the 1950s, spending a decade in Soviet captivity. The differential treatment created perverse incentives during the surrender period. German forces went to extraordinary lengths to reach Western Allied lines, rather than Soviet-controlled territory, even when doing so meant additional combat casualties. The choice of which enemy to surrender to could determine whether a soldier survived captivity or died in a gulag. For 12th SS soldiers, the choice was complicated by their war crimes record. They knew that Western Allies were prosecuting SS officers for atrocities, but even prosecution seemed preferable to Soviet captivity. The final casualties of the 12th SS Panzer Division occurred not during combat, but during the chaotic days immediately after surrender. Some soldiers were killed in random violence by displaced persons. Slave laborers freed from German control who took revenge on any German soldiers they encountered. Others died in accidents while attempting to reach surrender points, drowning while crossing rivers, killed by unexploded ordnance, struck by vehicles in the chaos. A few committed suicide, unable to face capture or psychologically overwhelmed by the transition from military structure to uncertainty of captivity. These deaths were not recorded in official casualty lists because they occurred after hostilities formally ended. But they were casualties of the war nonetheless, victims of the violence and disorder that characterized Germany's collapse. One estimate suggests that perhaps 312th SS soldiers died between Germany's surrender on May 8th and the final processing of prisoners in late May, bringing the total casualties inflicted on the division across its service to approximately 28,000 killed, wounded, or missing from 35,000 total soldiers who served in it at various times, an 80% casualty rate. The mathematics of attrition reduced a division to a footnote, individual boys to statistics, lives to numbers in a ledger documenting waste on industrial scale. The psychological state of survivors in those final days ranged from relief to despair to complete emotional numbness. Relief that the fighting had ended, that survival was possible, that the incomprehensible nightmare of the last year was finally over. Despair at Germany's defeat, at the destruction of everything they had been taught to value, at the uncertain future facing defeated soldiers and conquered nation. Numbness that came from processing too much trauma, witnessing too much death, enduring too much stress for too long without relief. Many survivors described those weeks as surreal, dreamlike, as if reality had become unmoored from normal frameworks of meaning. They had been soldiers, warriors, members of an elite unit. Now they were prisoners, refugees, defeated enemies. The identity shift was too abrupt to process, so they existed in a psychological limbo, going through motions of surrender and captivity without fully comprehending what was happening. One veteran described it decades later. When the fighting stopped, I should have felt happy, but I felt nothing. I was empty. It took years before I could feel normal emotions again. The statement captured the psychological cost of sustained combat and traumatic defeat. These boys had been pushed past human limits and then dumped into peacetime without transition. Their psychological damage was as real as physical wounds, but far less visible, and would prove far more difficult to heal. Camp Flossenheim, Bavaria. May 19th, 1945. The American POW camp is a sea of gray uniforms and exhausted faces, thousands of former Wehrmacht and SS soldiers awaiting processing. 16-year-old Werner Klein sits on bare ground with knees drawn to chest, staring at nothing in particular. He was captured near Ardennes River on May 8th while attempting to surrender to American forces. He has been in military service for 8 months, in combat for 4. He still wears his SS uniform because the Americans have not yet issued POW clothing. The uniform carries 12th SS Panzer Division insignia, the Hitlerjugend symbols that marked him as elite. Now those symbols mark him as war criminal. American guards watch SS prisoners more carefully than Wehrmacht prisoners, aware that SS units committed atrocities throughout the war. Klein knows about some of the murders. He heard stories from older soldiers, witnessed one execution of Soviet prisoners in Austria. He did not participate, but also did not protest. Now he wonders if he will be prosecuted, if wearing these insignia means prison or worse. But mostly, he feels nothing. The war is over. Germany is defeated. Everything he was taught since age 10 about German destiny, Aryan superiority, inevitable victory, has been revealed as lie. His best friend died in Vienna. His unit disintegrated. The future is completely uncertain. He sits in the mud of a POW camp wearing the uniform of a defeated army and cannot imagine what comes next. He is 16 years old. He should be in school. Instead, he is a prisoner of war facing possible prosecution for crimes committed by a military organization that destroyed his youth and then collapsed. The immediate post-war period confronted Allied authorities with the question of what to do with approximately 4 million German POWs, including several thousand former 12th SS Panzer Division soldiers. The Geneva Conventions required that prisoners be treated humanely, fed adequately, housed properly, and repatriated expeditiously once hostilities ended. But applying these standards proved complicated by the scale of the prisoner population and by the designation of some formations, including the Waffen-SS, as criminal organizations. Allied authorities faced conflicting imperatives: humanitarian obligation to treat prisoners decently versus security concerns about releasing potential insurgents versus justice concerns about prosecuting war criminals versus practical concerns about feeding millions of prisoners when European food supplies were desperately short. The compromises developed through trial and error over summer and fall of 1945 established patterns that would shape post-war reconstruction. Wehrmacht prisoners were generally processed quickly, screened for war crimes and Nazi Party affiliation, then released if cleared. SS prisoners faced more intensive screening, longer detention, and possible prosecution. Former 12th SS soldiers waited in camps for weeks or months while Allied authorities decided their fates, existing in limbo between war and peace, uncertain whether they would be tried for crimes, repatriated to destroy Germany, or held indefinitely. The denazification screening process attempted to categorize prisoners by degree of Nazi involvement and threat level, but the system was overwhelmed by numbers and plagued by inconsistencies. Prisoners filled out questionnaires listing their Nazi Party membership, SS service, combat units, and wartime activities. American, British, and French authorities then classified prisoners as major offenders, Nazi leadership, and war criminals, offenders, active Nazis, lesser offenders, opportunistic Nazis, followers, nominal Nazis, or exonerated, non-Nazis or anti-Nazis. The classification determined whether prisoners would face trial, be barred from certain professions, or be released without restrictions. In theory, the system would identify genuine Nazis for punishment while allowing ordinary Germans to rebuild their lives. In practice, the system was crude, easily gamed, and applied inconsistently. Prisoners lied on questionnaires, claiming they had joined Nazi organizations under duress or had secret opposition to the regime. Former SS soldiers claimed they were drafted rather than volunteered, that they joined military units rather than Nazi organizations. The screening officers, overwhelmed by caseload and lacking time for detailed investigation, often accepted these claims at face value. The result was that many genuine Nazis were classified as followers and released, while some anti-Nazis who had joined the party for career purposes were punished. For 12th SS prisoners, the screening focused particularly on age. Soldiers who could prove they were under 18 at conscription generally received favorable classifications on theory that children had limited agency. Soldiers 18 or older faced more scrutiny. The psychological condition of former 12th SS soldiers during the detention period showed widespread trauma symptoms that POW camp medical personnel were ill-equipped to treat. Camp doctors documented high rates of nightmares, emotional numbness, hypervigilance, depression, and what they termed combat exhaustion syndrome, what modern medicine recognizes as PTSD. One medical report from a British POW camp noted that approximately 60% of examined former SS soldiers showed symptoms consistent with psychological trauma, and that most would benefit from structured psychiatric treatment. But no such treatment was available. The Allied forces lacked psychiatric resources for their own traumatized soldiers, let alone for enemy prisoners. So, the former Hitlerjugend soldiers sat in camps processing their trauma alone, without therapeutic intervention, without structured rehabilitation, without anyone helping them develop frameworks for understanding their experiences. Some talked with fellow prisoners, forming informal support groups. Others retreated into silence, refusing to discuss the war. A few broke down completely, requiring transfer to psychiatric facilities where they received custodial care but not effective treatment. The opportunity to provide rehabilitation that might have helped these traumatized teenagers reintegrate into peaceful society was largely missed, not from malice, but from lack of resources and understanding about psychological trauma treatment. The reunion of released prisoners with their families exposed the gulf between those who experienced combat and those who endured the home front. Mothers and fathers saw sons who had left as enthusiastic Hitler Youth members return as damaged, silent, psychologically distant strangers. One mother described her 17-year-old son's return. He came home in September 1945, but it was not really him. He would not talk about the war. He flinched at loud noises. He had nightmares every night. The boy who left was gone. This person wearing his face was someone else. The statement captured the psychological reality of severe combat trauma. Returning soldiers were fundamentally changed by experiences families could not comprehend. The gap created profound isolation. Soldiers could not explain what they had experienced because words were inadequate and because families could not understand. Families could not help soldiers process trauma because they lacked frameworks for understanding PTSD. So, soldiers and families existed side by side in mutual incomprehension, creating family dynamics that would poison relationships for decades. Many 12th SS veterans never married, unable to form intimate relationships after their wartime experiences. Others married but struggled with domestic violence, alcohol abuse, emotional withdrawal. A few committed suicide years after the war ended, unable to escape memories and trauma. The war destroyed these boys during their service, but it also destroyed their post-war lives by leaving them psychologically damaged without providing treatment or support structures that might have facilitated healing. The social reintegration of former SS soldiers into post-war German society presented challenges that were never fully resolved. Nazi Germany had been defeated militarily, but significant portions of German population retained Nazi sympathies, or, at minimum, refused to acknowledge the regime's criminality. In this environment, SS veterans occupied ambiguous status. To some Germans, they were heroes who had fought bravely for the fatherland and were being unfairly persecuted by victors. To others, they were war criminals who had brought shame on Germany. Most Germans fell somewhere between these poles, uncomfortable with SS veterans but unwilling to ostracize them, wanting to move forward without confronting the recent past. The 12th SS veterans faced particular complications because their youth attracted both sympathy, they were children when they served, and suspicion. Their units had committed atrocities. Some veterans were welcomed back to their communities and lived quietly without discussing their service. Others faced hostility from neighbors who had lost family members in Allied bombing and blamed the military for prolonging the war. A few were attacked by displaced persons or concentration camp survivors who recognized SS uniforms or tattoos. The social environment was chaotic, with different communities responding to veterans differently based on local political culture and wartime experiences. The economic challenges facing young veterans complicated reintegration efforts. These boys had left school at 15 or 16 to join military. They had no professional training, no completed education, no work experience beyond soldiering. They returned to a Germany whose economy was destroyed, where unemployment was endemic, where housing was scarce due to Allied bombing, where food was rationed and hunger widespread. The Allies established vocational training programs meant to help demobilized soldiers learn civilian trades, but these programs were overwhelmed by demand and under-resourced. One program in Bavaria attempted to train former child soldiers in carpentry, metalworking, and other trades. A psychologist evaluating the program noted that many students struggled because they only know destruction, they must learn to create. The observation cut to the core challenge facing these veterans. Their formative experiences had been military training and combat. They knew how to operate weapons, execute tactics, kill enemies. These skills were useless in peacetime and actually hindered civilian adaptation because the habits of military discipline and violence did not transfer to ordinary work. The boys who had been manufactured into warriors had to be retrofitted into citizens, and the process was neither simple nor always successful. Many veterans struggled with employment throughout their lives, unable to maintain steady work, suffering from trauma symptoms that made reliability difficult. The silence that descended over SS service in 1950s Germany made social reintegration easier, but psychological healing harder. As Cold War solidified and West Germany became allied with Western powers against Soviet Union, political climate shifted toward forgetting Nazi period rather than confronting it. Many Germans wanted to move forward without dwelling on wartime guilt, to rebuild lives without constantly revisiting painful history. This collective amnesia created space for SS veterans to reintegrate without constant ostracism, but it also meant they received no structured opportunity to process their experiences, confront their participation in criminal organization, or develop mature moral understanding of what they had done. Many veterans simply never discussed their service. Not with families, not with children born after the war, not even with other veterans. The silence was protective in some ways. It allowed them to avoid painful memories and social stigma, but it also prevented healing. Trauma that is never processed does not disappear, it festers. The 12th SS veterans who maintained complete silence about their service often developed the most severe long-term psychological problems precisely because they never had opportunity to articulate experiences, receive validation for trauma, or construct narratives that integrated wartime experiences into coherent life stories. The silence protected them from judgment, but trapped them in unprocessed pain. The long-term health outcomes for 12th SS survivors, documented through medical studies conducted decades later, showed that combat trauma produces lifelong consequences, even in absence of physical injury. Studies comparing former child soldiers to civilians of similar age found significantly higher rates of cardiovascular disease, depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and suicide among the veteran population. Life expectancy was approximately 5 years shorter for veterans than for civilians, even controlling for socioeconomic status. The health disparities stemmed from both direct trauma effects. PTSD produces chronic stress that damages cardiovascular and immune systems, and indirect effects through behaviors like smoking, drinking, and poor health maintenance that stem from depression and anxiety. One particularly poignant finding was that veterans who had been youngest at service experienced the worst long-term outcomes. Boys who had joined at 15 or 16 showed higher trauma rates and worse health than those who joined at 18 or 19, suggesting that exposure to combat during critical developmental windows produced more severe and permanent psychological damage. The data validated what should have been obvious from the start. Children are not small adults, developmental stage matters enormously for how trauma affects them, and using children as soldiers produces damage that persists across lifetimes. The 12th SS Panzer Division provided a large-scale natural experiment demonstrating these principles. The cost was approximately 20,000 lives lost during service and thousands of survivors who carried physical and psychological scars until their deaths decades later. The question of whether anything could have been done differently to help these survivors leads into uncomfortable territory about collective responsibility and missed opportunities. The Allied powers could have provided more extensive psychological treatment, better vocational training, more comprehensive support for reintegration. They chose not to do so, partly from resource constraints, partly from lack of understanding about psychological trauma, partly from sense that German veterans deserved less concern than Allied soldiers and civilians. The German government could have acknowledged veterans' psychological damage and provided psychiatric care and social support. It chose not to do so, preferring to forget the Nazi period rather than confront it, treating veterans as a political problem to be managed rather than damaged citizens deserving care. German society could have created space for veterans to speak about experiences, process trauma collectively, and receive validation without being judged. It chose instead comfortable silence that protected everyone from difficult conversations while leaving veterans isolated. The result was that an entire cohort of traumatized young men received minimal help processing their experiences and reintegrating into society. Many succeeded despite lack of support, building productive lives through personal resilience. But many others struggled throughout their lives, and some failed completely, dying by suicide or living as social marginals. The tragedy is that these outcomes were preventable. Modern trauma treatment, if it had been available, could have helped. Structured reintegration programs, if they had been adequately resourced, could have helped. Social frameworks for discussing trauma without judgment, if they had been created, could have helped. Instead, these boys, victims of a criminal regime who became perpetrators in that regime's service, were left to heal themselves or not heal at all. Most chose not to examine too closely what had happened to them and what they had done. They survived the war, but they never fully escaped it. Munich, Germany, June 7, 2004. Exactly 60 years after D-Day. 81-year-old Hubert Meyer sits in a hotel conference room, hands trembling slightly as he holds a photograph taken in Normandy in June 1944. In the photograph, he is 21, grinning at the camera beside his Panther tank, looking every bit the confident young warrior the Nazi propaganda machine wanted him to be. The old man staring at his younger self bears little physical resemblance to the boy in the photograph beyond bone structure. But the psychological distance is even greater. The boy in the photograph believed. The old man knows what belief cost. Meyer is here for a documentary interview, one of perhaps 50 surviving members of the 12th SS Panzer Division who agreed to speak publicly about their service before age and death silenced them forever. The filmmaker is asking the questions survivors dread. What did you believe? When did you stop believing? Did you commit war crimes? How do you live with what you did? Meyer's hands shake harder as he tries to answer. I was 21, and I thought we were saving Europe from Bolshevism. I thought we were heroes. I was 21, and I was an idiot. His voice cracks. After 60 years, after a lifetime of silence, the tears finally come. The filmmaker continues recording. These testimonies, uncomfortable and painful and incomplete as they are, represent the last chance to hear directly from the boys who became the Hitlerjugend. In 10 years, there will be no one left to ask. The decision to speak publicly about SS service came late for most survivors and never came at all for many others. Through the 1950s and 60s, social pressure and legal concerns kept 12th SS veterans silent. The Waffen-SS had been declared a criminal organization at Nuremberg, making admission of service potentially hazardous. German society was still processing Nazi period with difficulty, alternating between denial and selective confrontation. Veterans who spoke publicly about SS service risked ostracism, investigation by authorities, or attacks by Holocaust survivors and their families. So, most stayed silent, building post-war lives that compartmentalized military service into sealed-off mental chambers never open to scrutiny. The 1970s and 80s brought gradual shift as German society engaged more honestly with Nazi past and as veterans aged into reflection. Some began speaking to historians, providing oral histories that enriched understanding of Wehrmacht and SS operations. but even these accounts were carefully calibrated, emphasizing military aspects while minimizing ideology and avoiding discussion of atrocities. Full honesty, acknowledging participation in criminal organization, discussing war crimes witnessed or committed, examining ideological commitments remained rare. Only in the 1990s and 2000s, as veterans entered their 70s and 80s, as death became imminent, did some begin speaking with real candor about their experiences. These late testimonies, recorded by historians and filmmakers racing against time, provide insights impossible to access through documentary evidence alone. The testimony patterns revealed common psychological themes that characterized how survivors processed their experiences across decades. First, almost universal recognition that they had been manipulated during youth, that Nazi education was indoctrination rather than enlightenment, that leaders had lied systematically about ideology, strategy, and Germany's prospects. This recognition typically came gradually during and after the war rather than as sudden revelation. Veterans described slowly realizing that everything they had been taught was wrong, a process extending across years and producing psychological crisis as foundational beliefs collapsed. Second, persistent struggle with guilt about participation in criminal organization and complicity in atrocities even when veterans had not personally committed war crimes. One veteran described this: "I did not kill prisoners myself, but I was there. I wore the uniform. I was part of it. That knowledge never leaves you." Third, complicated relationship with memory itself. Some events remembered with photographic clarity, others completely forgotten. Still others remembered differently at different times, as psychological defenses modulated access to traumatic material. Veterans often acknowledged that their memories were unreliable, that decades of time had transformed experiences in ways they could not untangle. Fourth, persistent bonds with fellow survivors, despite moral recognition that the organization they served was criminal. The men who fought beside them remained brothers even when the cause they fought for was revealed as evil. This created painful cognitive dissonance. How do you maintain loving relationships with men who participated in atrocities? How do you reconcile friendship with moral judgment? The testimonies about specific combat experiences revealed how memory selectively preserves and distorts events to make them psychologically bearable. Veterans remembered tactical details with surprising clarity, the terrain where specific engagements occurred, the capabilities of enemy weapons systems, the names of officers who commanded them. These military details were safe memories, technical and unemotional, but memories of killing, of watching friends die, of atrocities witnessed or committed, were fragmentary and often contradictory between tellings. One veteran, asked about prisoner executions in Normandy, gave 3 different accounts across 3 interviews conducted over 5 years. In the first, he claimed to know nothing about executions. In the second, he acknowledged hearing rumors but insisted he saw nothing personally. In the third, conducted when he was 87 and terminally ill, he admitted witnessing a murder and expressed devastated guilt. The progression from denial through minimization to acknowledgement is psychologically revealing. It took this man over 60 years to admit to himself and others what he had seen, and he could only do so when death was imminent and earthly consequences no longer mattered. His testimony, like many others, suggests that full honesty about atrocities is psychologically almost impossible for perpetrators and witnesses until they have no remaining stake in self-image. Only when facing death can they afford complete candor. The ideological testimonies, veterans discussing what they believed and when those beliefs collapsed, provided insights into indoctrination's long-term effects. Almost no veterans interviewed in the 2000s claimed to still believe Nazi ideology. 60 years of living in democratic Germany, watching Holocaust documentation, understanding the full scope of Nazi crimes, had thoroughly discredited the beliefs inculcated during their youth. But the testimonies revealed that ideological collapse did not occur suddenly or completely. Veterans described belief systems eroding gradually. First, recognition that Germany would lose the war, usually in late 1944. Second, acknowledgement that many specific Nazi claims were false, about Allied war aims, about German strategic position, about miracle weapons. Third, beginning to question racial ideology as contact with diverse populations revealed that Nazi racial theories were nonsense. Fourth, confronting Holocaust evidence and recognizing that the regime they served committed genocidal atrocities. This progression extended across years or decades, with different elements collapsing at different rates. Some veterans rejected Nazi ideology completely by the 1950s. Others maintained modified versions of Nazi beliefs, accepting that Holocaust was evil while retaining nationalist sentiments or continuing to view communism through Nazi-influenced lens, until much later. The testimony suggested that complete de-radicalization is difficult when beliefs were internalized during adolescence, that remnants of youthful indoctrination persist in modified forms, even after conscious rejection. The most emotionally powerful testimonies came from veterans who traveled to Normandy or other battlefields decades after the war to confront the geography of their trauma. Multiple documentary projects filmed elderly veterans visiting France, walking through villages where they fought, standing in cemeteries where their enemies were buried. These visits produce powerful emotional responses that age and distance had not dimmed. One veteran, visiting the Canadian cemetery at Bretteville-sur-Laize in 2007, broke down completely at a gravestone marking a 19-year-old Canadian who died June 7, 1944, a soldier this veteran might have killed during the initial fighting. He wept for 10 minutes while cameras recorded, unable to articulate anything beyond, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Another veteran, visiting Ardennes, Abby, where Canadian prisoners had been murdered, stood in the garden that had been the execution site and said quietly, "This should not have happened. We should not have done this. There is no excuse." The combination of physical location and decades of reflection broke through psychological defenses in ways that abstract discussion could not, producing moments of raw honesty and emotional vulnerability that revealed the ongoing psychological cost of participation in atrocity. These men had carried guilt for 60 years. The visits to battlefields did not provide absolution, nothing could, but they provided opportunity for acknowledgement and expression of remorse that many had never articulated even to themselves. The rare meetings between 12th SS veterans and their former enemies provided extraordinary moments of confrontation, reconciliation, and mutual recognition of shared humanity. Several documentaries arranged encounters between elderly German veterans and Canadian or British soldiers they had fought against in Normandy. These meetings were emotionally fraught and unpredictable. Some encounters ended in tentative reconciliation, old enemies shaking hands and acknowledging that they had all been young men following orders in terrible circumstances. Others ended badly, with Allied veterans unable to forgive SS soldiers for atrocities committed, or with German veterans defensive and unwilling to admit wrongdoing. One particularly moving encounter in 2003 brought together an 80-year-old former Panzer Grenadier and a 79-year-old Canadian infantryman who had fought in the same sector of Normandy. They met at Juno Beach, walked the terrain together, exchanged stories about their experiences. At one point, the German veteran asked, "Do you hate me?" The Canadian paused, then replied, "I did for many years, but you were a boy. We were all boys. The men who sent us to kill each other, them I hate." They embraced, both weeping, united by shared recognition of their exploitation by leaders who treated young lives as expendable resources. The encounter suggested that even the deepest wounds can heal partially when adversaries recognize their common humanity and shared victimization. But not all wounds healed. Other attempted meetings between veterans were canceled when Allied veterans refused to meet men who wore SS uniforms, or when German veterans proved unable to acknowledge atrocities, or when the psychological burden of confronting the past proved too heavy. The testimonies about post-war life revealed patterns of struggle and survival that characterized the veteran cohort. Some 12th SS survivors built successful lives, married, raised families, established careers, became productive citizens. But even those who succeeded externally often carried profound psychological damage internally. One veteran who became a successful engineer and raised 4 children described his interior life. "Publicly, I was normal. I had a good job, a family, a house, but inside, I was always that terrified boy in Normandy. The nightmares never stopped. I just learned to function despite them." His testimony captured the reality that outward functionality does not indicate psychological health, that severe trauma can coexist with successful social roles. Other testimonies revealed darker outcomes. Multiple veterans described decades-long struggles with alcoholism, depression, relationship dysfunction, and suicidal ideation. Several admitted to suicide attempts years or decades after the war ended. One veteran, interviewed at age 83, described attempting suicide at age 40 after a nightmare triggered vivid memory of atrocity he had participated in. He survived the attempt, received psychiatric treatment, and eventually achieved fragile psychological equilibrium. But he noted, "Part of me died in Normandy. I have been managing the rest ever since." The testimonies made clear that the war's psychological casualties extended far beyond those killed or physically wounded, that trauma produced lifelong consequences, and that many 12th SS veterans never fully recovered from their experiences. The question of legacy, how these veterans wanted to be remembered, and what lessons they hoped their testimonies would teach, produced varied responses revealing continued complexity in how they understood their own lives. Some veterans emphasized military professionalism, describing themselves as soldiers who performed duties with competence and honor, despite serving a criminal regime. They wanted to be remembered as warriors, with acknowledgement that they fought for wrong cause, but respect for how they fought. Others emphasized victimization, portraying themselves as children exploited by adults, manipulated through indoctrination, used as cannon fodder. They wanted understanding and pity rather than judgment. A smaller number emphasized guilt and responsibility, acknowledging that they made choices even if those choices were constrained, that they participated in criminal organization, that they bore moral weight for their actions. They wanted their testimonies to serve as warnings about how easily young people can be radicalized and deployed for evil purposes. One veteran, interviewed in 2008 at age 85, offered this reflection: "I want young people to understand. It can happen to you. You think you would resist, that you would see through propaganda, that you would refuse orders, but you wouldn't. I didn't. None of us did. And that is the terrifying truth. Under the right conditions, anyone can be manufactured into a killer." His testimony captured the essential lesson that survivors hoped to convey. Not that they were uniquely evil or uniquely victimized, but that they were ordinary humans placed in extraordinary circumstances that transformed them in ways they could not have predicted or prevented. The warning was not about other people's capacity for evil. It was about everyone's capacity, including the listeners. The final interviews conducted with the oldest survivors in the 2010 decade carried special poignancy because everyone involved knew these were last testimonies before death silenced these voices permanently. The interviews often occurred in nursing homes or hospital rooms, with veterans in their 90s speaking between medication doses and medical procedures. Some were physically frail but mentally sharp, able to recall events from 70 years earlier with clarity. Others showed cognitive decline, with memories fragmentary and confused, but almost all expressed urgency about speaking before time ran out, sensing that their generation carried knowledge and warnings that needed to be transmitted even if transmission was imperfect. One veteran, interviewed in 2014 at age 91, 6 months before his death, offered this statement: "I do not expect forgiveness. I do not deserve it. I wore the uniform of a criminal organization. I participated in a war of aggression. I watched atrocities happen and did nothing. But I want young people to know what we were, how we got that way, so it never happens again." That is the only redemption available to me. He died before seeing the interview broadcast. His children reported that he seemed at peace in his final weeks, having finally articulated truths he had carried silently for 70 years. The testimonies of the final survivors served as both historical documentation and moral instruction, preserving voices that would otherwise be lost, while conveying warnings from men who learned humanity's darkest lessons through personal participation. By 2020, fewer than 24 confirmed 12th SS Panzer Division veterans remained alive worldwide, most in their mid to late 90s. By 2025, the number had fallen below 10. Soon, there will be none. The voices recorded in the final decades represent the last direct testimonies from the Hitlerjugend soldiers. After they are gone, historians will work only from documents, artifacts, and these preserved interviews, the final echoes of voices from a past that must be remembered precisely because it was so terrible. United States Military Academy, West Point, September 2018. A lecture hall filled with cadets in gray uniforms listens as a military history professor discusses the 12th SS Panzer Division's tactical performance in Normandy. The professor, himself a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, projects maps showing the division's defensive positions around Caen, diagrams illustrating their combined arms tactics, casualty statistics demonstrating their effectiveness against numerically superior Allied forces. The cadets take notes on small unit leadership, tactical mobility, defensive operations. What the lecture conspicuously does not discuss is that the unit being studied as model of military effectiveness was composed of indoctrinated teenagers serving a genocidal regime and committing war crimes throughout its service. The professor mentions briefly that the 12th SS was politically indoctrinated and that some controversies exist about conduct. But these acknowledgments are parenthetical to the main lesson about tactics and operations. After class, one cadet approaches the professor to ask whether studying an SS division is ethically appropriate. The professor responds that military professionals must learn from all historical examples, that tactical lessons are separable from moral context, that understanding how enemies fought helps prepare future officers. The cadet leaves unsatisfied, sensing something wrong about treating child soldiers serving a criminal regime as instructive example without deeper ethical engagement. The exchange captures ongoing tension in how military institutions engage with the 12th SS Panzer Division's history. The unit provides valuable tactical lessons while simultaneously representing moral catastrophe that should never be replicated. The question is whether the lessons can be separated from the context, or whether studying the Hitlerjugend without foregrounding the ethical dimensions risks normalizing what should remain abnormal. The military studies of the 12th SS Panzer Division, conducted by institutions from multiple countries over 75 years, reveal how institutional priorities shape historical interpretation. Military historians studying the division tend to emphasize tactical and operational aspects, unit cohesion, small unit leadership, defensive tactics, combined arms coordination. These studies provide genuine insights into how outnumbered forces can delay superior enemies through aggressive tactics and high morale. But the emphasis on military effectiveness often minimizes or ignores the ethical dimensions, that the high morale came from indoctrination in genocidal ideology, that the unit cohesion was built on racist tribalism, that the tactical effectiveness was inseparable from willingness to commit atrocities. One prominent study, published by a military institution in 1995, analyzed the division's Normandy operations across 300 pages with only brief mentions of war crimes and no discussion of child soldier ethics. The study concluded that the 12th SS provided instructive examples of motivated defense and recommended that modern military forces study its tactics. Critics noted that the study essentially treated a Nazi SS division composed of indoctrinated teenagers as normative military organization worthy of emulation, sanitizing history to extract tactical lessons while ignoring moral catastrophe. The controversy highlighted fundamental question: can we study military effectiveness abstracted from moral context, or does effectiveness achieved through criminal means require fundamentally different interpretive framework? The comparison between the 12th SS Panzer Division and contemporary child soldier forces illuminates disturbing continuities that suggest humanity has not learned the lessons history offered. As of 2020, approximately 250,000 to 300,000 children serve in military forces and armed groups worldwide, according to UN estimates. These children participate in conflicts in Myanmar, Somalia, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Yemen, Syria, and elsewhere. The recruitment and deployment patterns show remarkable similarities to the Hitlerjugend model: removal from families and normal education, immersion in ideological or religious indoctrination, military training combining physical conditioning with psychological conditioning, participation in violence that normalizes killing, formation of identity around combatant role, exploitation of adolescent psychology for military purposes. The international community has responded with legal frameworks: the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, establishing 18 as minimum age for military service, the Rome Statute classifying recruitment of children under 15 as war crime, but enforcement remains weak, and child soldier use continues. The persistence of child soldiering 75 years after the 12th SS Panzer Division demonstrated its catastrophic consequences suggests that the historical lesson has been understood intellectually but not internalized sufficiently to prevent repetition. The educational use of 12th SS history in Holocaust museums and historical institutions reveals how the division's story can serve as warning about youth radicalization and institutional violence. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum includes exhibits on Hitler Youth and the militarization of German youth, using the Hitlerjugend division as case study in how educational systems can be weaponized to produce child soldiers. The exhibit emphasizes the indoctrination process, showing how Nazi ideology was embedded in curriculum from elementary school forward, how Hitler Youth activities normalized militarism and violence, how adolescent psychology was exploited to create fanatical commitment. The educational message emphasizes that radicalization is not a barren individual pathology, but systematic institutional process that can be replicated anywhere with sufficient state control over education. Similar exhibits exist in museums across Germany, Israel, and elsewhere, but the educational impact is difficult to measure. Do museum visitors who learn about Hitler Youth radicalization subsequently recognize and resist contemporary radicalization efforts? Or does the historical distance make the lesson feel irrelevant to present circumstances? The challenge for educators is making the 12th SS history feel sufficiently urgent and relevant that contemporary audiences recognize patterns rather than dismissing. The story is historical peculiarity that could never recur. The evidence suggests limited success. Child soldiering continues. Youth radicalization remains prevalent. Contemporary societies struggle with how to prevent militarization of youth, despite clear historical examples of where such militarization leads. The role of the 12th SS Panzer Division in neo-Nazi and white supremacist mythologies complicates efforts to use its history for education. Far-right groups have adopted SS imagery, glorifying the Waffen-SS as example of martial virtue and racial loyalty. The Hitlerjugend division occupies particular place in this mythology as symbol of youthful dedication and fighting spirit. Neo-Nazi websites feature photographs of teenage SS soldiers, praising their commitment and sacrifice, while ignoring or minimizing war crimes and ultimate defeat. Some far-right groups organize military-style training camps explicitly modeled on Hitler Youth and SS training, attempting to recreate the indoctrination and militarization processes that produce the 12th SS. These appropriations of history for neo-Nazi purposes create dilemmas for historians and educators. Detailed historical work on SS tactical performance or unit cohesion can be misappropriated by extremists seeking to glorify the organization. But refusing to discuss these topics cedes the historical narrative to those with ideological agendas. The solution most historians have adopted is to discuss tactical and organizational aspects within firmly established moral framework that emphasizes criminality and catastrophic outcomes. But this approach requires constant vigilance against selective quotation and misrepresentation by those seeking to rehabilitate SS reputation. The legal evolution regarding child soldiers, significantly influenced by World War II cases including the 12th SS, represents one area where historical lessons produced concrete institutional change. The progression from no international legal protections in 1945 through increasingly restrictive frameworks, culminating in current prohibition on military use of anyone under 18, demonstrates that historical atrocities can drive legal reform. But the gap between law and practice remains enormous. International law prohibits child soldier recruitment and use, classifies it as war crime, establishes mechanisms for prosecution. Yet enforcement is weak, prosecutions are rare, and child soldiering continues. The International Criminal Court has prosecuted a handful of cases involving recruitment of child soldiers, obtaining convictions against commanders in DRC and Central African Republic. But thousands of commanders who recruit and deploy children face no consequences. The legal framework exists, but political will to enforce it remains insufficient. The 12th SS case study suggests why enforcement is difficult. Child soldiers are both victims and perpetrators, deserving protection and potentially requiring accountability, and legal systems struggle with this ambiguity. The same international law that prohibits recruiting children provides them modified liability when they commit crimes, recognizing that children have diminished responsibility. But where exactly is the line between victim deserving protection and perpetrator requiring accountability? The 12th SS soldiers were 15 to 18 during their service. Modern international law would classify most as children, but they committed adult crimes. How should they have been treated? The question has no satisfying answer and helps explain why enforcement of child soldier prohibitions remains weak. The complexity overwhelms legal frameworks designed for clearer cases. The pedagogical challenge of teaching the 12th SS history to contemporary students reveals tensions between historical accuracy, moral education, and avoiding glorification. Teachers discussing the division face multiple pitfalls. Emphasize military effectiveness without sufficient moral context, and you risk glorifying an SS unit. Emphasize atrocities without acknowledging that soldiers were indoctrinated children, and you risk demonizing victims of systematic exploitation. Focus only on top-level Nazi leadership, and you ignore the institutional and social mechanisms that enabled mass participation in criminal enterprise. One high school teacher in Germany, interviewed about teaching this history, described her approach. I show them photographs of 15-year-old boys in SS uniforms. I ask, could this be you? Under what circumstances would you join? Most students initially say never. Then we discuss propaganda, peer pressure, family expectations, limited information, fear of consequences for refusal. By the end, most students acknowledge they might have joined if they had been born in Nazi Germany. That is when the real learning begins, recognizing their own vulnerability to radicalization. The approach emphasizes that the lesson is not about other people's evil, but about everyone's susceptibility to institutional pressure and ideological conditioning. But this pedagogical strategy is controversial. Some argue it risks creating moral equivalence between Nazi perpetrators and victims, or that it allows Germans to avoid guilt by portraying everyone as potential Nazis. The debate continues without resolution. The contemporary relevance of 12th SS history extends beyond child soldiers to broader questions about radicalization, nationalism, and how societies weaponize youth for political violence. Multiple countries currently deploy systematic indoctrination of youth for ideological purposes reminiscent of Hitler Youth. North Korea's youth organizations train millions of children in party ideology and military skills. Various jihadist groups recruit and indoctrinate children for terrorist operations. Nationalist movements worldwide seek to militarize youth education and glorify martial values. White supremacist organizations recruit teenagers through online radicalization, then encourage them toward violence. The mechanisms vary, but the pattern is consistent. Identify young people during psychologically vulnerable developmental period, provide sense of identity and purpose through ideological framework, cultivate tribalism and hatred of outgroup, normalize violence as legitimate political tool, provide military or paramilitary training. The 12th SS Panzer Division represents the industrial-scale implementation of these mechanisms by modern state, demonstrating what happens when radicalization process is perfected and deployed across entire generation. The lesson should be that preventing youth radicalization requires active counter-efforts at every stage, education that promotes critical thinking rather than ideological conformity, social structures that provide identity and purpose through nonviolent means, legal frameworks that prohibit exploitation of children for military purposes, cultural norms that reject rather than glorify political violence. But this lesson has been learned imperfectly at best. Youth radicalization continues, militarization of children continues, and the cycle repeats with different ideological content but similar structural dynamics. The psychological research on former child soldiers, drawing significantly on studies of 12th SS and other World War II veterans, has established that trauma from participation in violence during adolescence produces lifelong consequences affecting mental health, social functioning, and even physical health through stress pathways. This research has important implications for how contemporary societies should respond to child soldiers when conflicts end. Purely punitive approaches that treat child soldiers as criminals produce poor outcomes, high rates of mental health problems, social marginalization, recidivism into violence. Purely therapeutic approaches that deny any agency or responsibility also produce poor outcomes, failure to confront actions taken, lack of accountability that communities need for reconciliation, absence of moral development that comes from acknowledging responsibility. The optimal approach, developed through decades of trial and error with former child soldiers from conflicts worldwide, combines acknowledgement of victimization with age-appropriate accountability, provides psychological treatment alongside community reintegration support, and emphasizes education and skill building to provide alternatives to violence. This nuanced approach was not available to 12th SS veterans in 1945, and the poor long-term outcomes documented in that population helped drive development of better approaches. In this sense, the suffering of Hitlerjugend survivors was not entirely meaningless. It taught researchers and policymakers how to better help subsequent generations of traumatized child soldiers. But the lesson came too late for them. The final question, raised by the 12th SS history, is whether anything has truly been learned or whether each generation must rediscover the same lessons through fresh suffering. The persistence of child soldier use 75 years after the Hitlerjugend's destruction suggests that historical knowledge does not automatically translate into changed behavior. Societies continue recruiting children into military forces despite knowing the catastrophic consequences. Political movements continue radicalizing youth despite historical examples of where radicalization leads. Educational systems continue being weaponized for ideological indoctrination despite understanding how such weaponization produces damaged generations. The pessimistic interpretation is that humanity is incapable of learning from history, that each society believes its circumstances are unique and therefore historical lessons do not apply, that short-term political and military incentives to exploit youth override long-term understanding of costs. The optimistic interpretation is that progress, though slow, is real. International legal frameworks now prohibit child soldiering, even if enforcement is weak. Psychological understanding of trauma has improved treatment for survivors. Global norms increasingly reject militarization of youth, even if violations continue. The realistic interpretation probably lies between these extremes. Some lessons have been learned and incorporated into law and practice, reducing but not eliminating youth militarization. Progress is real but incomplete, and vigilance is necessary because the incentives that produce the 12th SS Panzer Division still exist and will produce similar outcomes if societies are not actively resisting them. The Hitlerjugend soldiers' suffering purchased knowledge about human psychology, institutional violence, and radicalization mechanisms. Whether that knowledge is applied to prevent future suffering or allowed to gather dust in academic journals and policy documents remains an open question whose answer will be determined by choices contemporary societies make about how they treat, educate, and value their children. Normandy, France, June 6, 2019, 75th anniversary of D-Day. The sun rises over Juno Beach, illuminating sand that has absorbed the blood of thousands. Veterans are here, Americans, British, Canadians, all in their 90s now, fragile and few, returning one last time to remember fallen friends. But one group is conspicuously absent. There are no German veterans at the official ceremonies, no 12th SS Panzer Division survivors standing at Ardennes Abbey, no 86-year-old former Panzer Grenadiers placing wreaths at the graves of enemies they killed. The absence is deliberate. German veterans are not invited to Allied commemorations. Their presence would be politically impossible, morally complicated, emotionally fraught. So, the story is remembered from one side only, by the liberators, not by those who fought for the other cause. But in German cemeteries scattered across Normandy, La Combe, Marigny, or Glandes, graves marked only with names and dates tell the other half of the story. Heinrich Schmidt, born 1927, died June 12, 1904, age 17. Klaus Hoffmann, born 1928, died July 8, 1904, age 16. Row after row of teenagers, buried in foreign soil, killed in a war they did not start for a cause most no longer believed by the time they died. The German graves are sparse and utilitarian, lacking the manicured lawns of Allied cemeteries. But they serve the same function, bearing witness to waste, to youth destroyed, to futures that never were. As the sun climbs higher, as the anniversary ceremonies commence without them, these graves remind us that the 12th SS Panzer Division story is not merely historical. It is warning, written in stone and blood, about what happens when societies treat children as weapons. The statistical summary of the 12th SS Panzer Division's existence can be stated simply, but conceals catastrophe in its brevity. The division was formed June 24, 1943. It was destroyed operationally in August 1944, reconstituted September through November 1944, and destroyed again by May 1945. Across its service, approximately 35,000 soldiers served in the division at various times. 20,500 in the original formation, 15,000 replacements. Of these, approximately 20,000 were killed, permanently disabled, or went missing, a 57% casualty rate that would be catastrophic for any unit, but is particularly so for an organization composed largely of teenagers. Another 8,000 were wounded seriously enough to require extended medical treatment, and approximately 4,500 were captured. Only 2,000 soldiers who served in the division at any point survived the war physically intact. The numbers tell a story of systematic destruction of youth, of a generation fed into machinery of industrial warfare and chewed to pieces. Behind each statistic was an individual, someone's son, brother, friend, with hopes and fears and dreams that were cut short or shattered. The aggregate effect was the destruction of cohort, the elimination of tens of thousands of young Germans who might have contributed to post-war society but instead became casualties of their own government's criminal policies. The youngest documented casualty of the 12th SS Panzer Division was 14 years old when killed in action during the Hungary campaign in March 1945. His name was Peter Hartmann, conscripted into the division during the desperate final recruitment drives, given 3 weeks of training, sent to combat, and killed within a month of joining his unit. His age was documented in letters found on his body after death, letters from his mother begging him to surrender, telling him the war was lost, pleading with him to choose life over loyalty to a regime that would kill him without hesitation. He carried those letters into combat. They were not enough to overcome years of indoctrination and immediate fear of consequences for desertion. His death captured the full horror of what the Nazi system did to its children. Took a 14-year-old who should have been in school, gave him a rifle and a uniform bearing Death's Head insignia, placed him in defensive position facing Soviet tanks, and left him there to die for a cause that was already lost. His mother never received his body for burial. Like thousands of others, he lies in an unmarked grave somewhere in Austria, his exact location unknown, his death noted in no official record. His existence remembered only through letters preserved by chance in military archives. He represents the absolute nadir of Nazi child exploitation, a literal child soldier killed in meaningless final battle of lost war. The survivor testimonies, examined collectively rather than individually, reveal psychological patterns that extend beyond personal experience to illuminate how humans process participation in atrocity and catastrophic defeat. The progression from denial through minimization to acknowledgement that characterized many veterans' accounts suggests that confronting one's own participation in evil requires decades of psychological preparation. The fragmentation of memory that made testimonies contradictory reflects trauma's effect on memory, formation, and retrieval. The brain protects itself by making traumatic memories difficult to access coherently. The persistent bonds between survivors, despite moral recognition that they served criminal organization, demonstrates that human relationships forged under extreme stress persist independent of intellectual judgment about the context that created them. The variety of outcomes, some veterans building successful lives, others struggling with dysfunction, some finding peace, others dying by suicide, illustrates that human resilience varies enormously and that trauma does not produce uniform effects. Collectively, the testimonies teach that there is no single right way to process participation in historical catastrophe, that healing is individual and partial, and that the psychological consequences of serving an organization, like the 12th SS, extend across entire lifetimes. The veterans themselves, in their final testimonies, repeatedly emphasized that they were not seeking sympathy or absolution, but offering warning. They wanted young people to understand how they had become what they became, so that contemporary youth might recognize and resist similar processes if they encountered them. The contemporary memory of the 12th SS Panzer Division remains contested and complicated because the division's history resists simple moral categorization. To Allied veterans and Holocaust survivors, the division represents Nazi criminality and war crimes deserving unambiguous condemnation. To some German veterans and their families, the division represents soldiers who fought bravely despite serving wrong cause, deserving recognition for military skill, if not political judgment. To historians, the division represents case study in radicalization, child soldiers, military effectiveness under extreme conditions, and the intersection of ideology and warfare. To educators, the division represents warning about youth manipulation and militarization. To neo-Nazis, the division represents martyred heroes of racial struggle. Each interpretation contains some truth but incomplete truth, and the competing interpretations coexist in awkward tension. The division was simultaneously effective military formation and criminal organization, composed of victims who became perpetrators, operating with tactical sophistication while committing atrocities, demonstrating unit cohesion built on genocidal ideology. The complexity resists reduction to simple narrative, and different constituencies emphasize different aspects depending on their purposes. What seems clear is that the division must be remembered. Forgetting would dishonor the murdered prisoners, erase the warning about child soldiers, and allow the sacrifice of German youth to be forgotten. But how it is remembered matters enormously and remains subject to ongoing debate. The physical memorials to the 12th SS Panzer Division are sparse and controversial. No monument exists honoring the division specifically. Such a monument would be political and moral impossibility, given the division's SS identity and war crimes record. The German military cemeteries in Normandy and elsewhere contain graves of Hitlerjugend soldiers, but do not identify them by unit, listing only names and dates. Some veterans organizations erected small plaques at specific battle sites, but these are typically removed by authorities or vandalized by protesters. The closest thing to an official memorial is the German military cemetery at La Combe in Normandy, which contains approximately 12,000 German dead, including many from the 12th SS. The cemetery's design is deliberately somber: dark stone markers, flat landscape, minimal ornamentation, reflecting Germany's complicated relationship with military commemoration. Unlike Allied cemeteries with their white crosses and nationalist symbolism, German cemeteries acknowledge death without glorifying the cause. The La Combe Cemetery includes an information center that contextualizes the German dead, acknowledging that many served criminal regime while also recognizing their humanity and the tragedy of their deaths. This approach, somber acknowledgement without glorification, recognition of complexity without moral relativism, represents how contemporary Germany attempts to memorialize problematic military history. It is uncomfortable by design, refusing easy answers or simple honor. The question of how history should remember the 12th SS Panzer Division admits no answer that will satisfy everyone because the division embodies contradictions that cannot be reconciled. Remember them as effective soldiers, and you risk glorifying an SS formation. Remember them as war criminals, and you risk erasing recognition that they were indoctrinated children. Remember them as victims, and you erase accountability for atrocities they committed. Remember them as perpetrators, and you ignore their victimization. The only honest approach is to hold all these truths simultaneously. They were children who were systematically radicalized. They were soldiers who fought with skill and courage. They were members of criminal organization who committed atrocities. They were victims of regime that exploited their youth. They were individuals who made choices within constrained circumstances. They were human beings who deserve neither glorification nor demonization, but honest assessment. This complex remembrance is difficult and uncomfortable. It requires acknowledging that evil is not committed only by monsters, but often by ordinary people under extraordinary circumstances. It requires recognizing that children can be manufactured into killers through systematic processes. It requires holding perpetrators accountable while acknowledging mitigating factors. It requires understanding that victimization and perpetration are not mutually exclusive categories. Most fundamentally, It requires resisting the human tendency towards simple narratives that divide the world into good and evil, victims and perpetrators, heroes and villains. The 12th SS soldiers were not heroes, but they were not simply villains either. They were children who were weaponized, and the primary villains were the adults and system that weaponized them. The generational transition occurring in the 2020s, as the last 12th SS survivors die and direct testimony ceases, marks important shift in how the division will be remembered. Living memory, with its complexity and ambiguity and discomfort, will be replaced by historical memory mediated through documents, photographs, artifacts, and recorded testimonies. This transition creates both risks and opportunities. The risk is that absence of living witnesses allows myth-making, either neo-Nazi glorification or simplistic demonization, to fill the vacuum left by complex personal testimonies. The opportunity is that historical perspective allows more balanced assessment than was possible when emotions remained raw and veterans remained alive to contest interpretations. Historians working without living veterans as sources must rely more heavily on documents, which provide different insights than oral testimony. Documents reveal institutional structures, operational planning, strategic context. Testimonies reveal personal experience, psychological states, moral complexity. The combination provides fuller picture than either alone, but the generational transition means future understanding of the 12th SS will necessarily be different from present understanding. The challenge for historians and educators is to preserve the complexity revealed in testimonies while analyzing the institutional structures revealed in documents, avoiding both glorification and simplistic demonization while extracting lessons relevant to contemporary challenges. The ultimate legacy of the 12th SS Panzer Division, examined from sufficient historical distance, is not its tactical performance or its casualty figures, but its demonstration of how completely ordinary children can be transformed into instruments of state violence through systematic indoctrination and militarization. This is the lesson that must be preserved and transmitted. The Hitlerjugend soldiers were not evil aberrations. They were normal boys subjected to abnormal socialization. Given different circumstances, birth in different country, education in different system, immersion in different ideology, they would have lived ordinary productive lives. But they were born in Nazi Germany, educated in Hitler Youth, indoctrinated during formative years, and deployed as military instruments before they developed a capacity for autonomous moral reasoning. The system that produced them was evil. The uses to which they were put were evil. But the boys themselves were human, with all the potential for good and evil that characterizes humanity. They were raw material shaped by forces beyond their control into forms they did not choose. This recognition is not excuse or absolution, many committed crimes requiring accountability, but it is necessary context for understanding how atrocity occurs, how societies generate mass participation in evil enterprises, and how to prevent repetition. The lesson is that protecting children from militarization and radicalization is not merely humanitarian concern, but fundamental requirement for preventing atrocity. Every child soldier is potential perpetrator, potential victim, and actual casualty of adult failure to protect youth from exploitation. As the sun sets over Normandy on this 75th anniversary, as the few remaining Allied veterans depart the ceremonies and return to their homes for what may be their final visits to these beaches, the German graves lie in shadow, bearing silent witness to the other side of the story. The boys buried there are not honored with 21-gun salutes or speeches by heads of state. They are remembered, if at all, with ambivalence and discomfort. They deserved better than they received, better education, better leaders, better chances at life. They deserved not to be manufactured into killers as children, not to be sent to die in wars of conquest, not to have their youth consumed by machinery of totalitarianism. But what they deserved and what they received were separated by the gulf of historical catastrophe. They lived brief lives, most dying before, age 20, serving cause that was evil, participating in crimes that stained them, experiencing trauma that would have haunted those who survived, even if they had not also carried moral burden of perpetration. Their individual stories are almost all lost. We do not know what most of them hoped for, feared, dreamed, believed in quiet moments away from ideology and violence. We know only the collective outcome. Thousands of German teenagers destroyed by their own government's criminal policies. Casualties not of enemy action alone, but of systematic exploitation of youth for military purposes. They haunt us not because they were innocent, many were not, but because they were children, and children deserve protection that these boys never received. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend was an atrocity not just in what it did, but in what it was. Proof that societies can take their own children and turn them into weapons. That the most terrible form of violence is the violence we inflict on youth by denying them childhood and conscripting them into adult madness. May we remember them not as heroes or even as villains, but as warnings written in flesh and blood about what happens when we abandon our duty to protect the young from our own worst impulses. And may we remember them with resolve that it must never happen again.